Okay, we're recording.
Okay, great. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I'm calling this meeting of the Transportation Advisory Board to order on Monday, July 13th, 2026. I am Chair Darcy Kitching, and let's initially go over the technical rules. Sydney Schiefer is our technical host for this evening's meeting. Sydney, would you give us the technical rules, please?
Yes. Okay, thank you for attending the Transportation Advisory Board meeting. To strike a balance between meaningful, transparent engagement and online security, the following rules will be applied for this meeting. This meeting has been called to conduct the business of the City of Boulder. Activities that disrupt, delay, or otherwise interfere with the meeting are prohibited. The time for speaking or asking questions will be limited to 3 minutes. No person shall speak except when recognized by the person presiding, and no person shall speak for longer than the time allotted. Each person shall register to speak at the meeting using that person's real name. Any person believing to be using a name other than the one they are commonly known by will not be permitted to speak at the meeting. No video will be permitted except for city officials, employees, and invited speakers, presenters. All others will participate by voice only. The person presiding at the meeting shall enforce these rules by muting anyone who violates any rule. The Q&A function is enabled and it will be used for individuals to communicate with the host. It should only be used for technical online platform related questions. Only the host and individuals designated by the host will be permitted to share their screen during this meeting. And just as a reminder, if you're joining us by phone, you can press *9 to raise your hand and *6 to unmute.
Great. Thank you, Sydney. Okay, let's first agenda item on for our meeting this evening is approval of the June meeting minutes. Did everyone get a chance to review those? Okay, great. Can I have a motion to I do understand, sorry, before we move to approve, I understand that we do have an amendment. So Meredith, you'll integrate that amendment that was proposed by Michael. Thank you. So should we make a verbal note about what the amendment is?
Oh, I'm not Charles.
Yes, that amendment is staff will pursue possibility of van pools using bus lanes to item 5B6.
Okay, great. Thank you, Meredith. Great. Okay, so can I have a motion to approve the minutes as amended?
I move to approve.
Thank you, Michael. How about a second?
A second.
Okay. All in favor, raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Any opposed? Okay, seeing none, we will we'll approve the June meeting minutes 4-0. Thank you, Meredith. Okay, so now we are open for public comment. We invite anyone from the community who would like to speak about transportation. And Sydney, do we have anyone who would like to speak this evening? Sydney, do we have anyone who's lined up to speak this evening?
Technical issues with my computer right now, but can you hear me right now?
Yeah.
I can hear you.
Okay,
Yes.
sorry. Yes, we have one person raising their hand. Millie, I'm going to give you permission to talk, and then I'll start your 3-minute timer. Okay, Millie, you should be able to unmute.
Okay, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll start. Hi, my name's Millie Marshall, and I live in the 4 Mile Creek neighborhood in North Boulder. Last Thursday, I sent you a neighborhood petition signed by 25 local households. I'm here tonight to ask you to advocate for a coordinated safety and speed study on 2 roads that border my neighborhood, J Road between 28th and the Diagonal Highway, and 47th Street from Iris Avenue to J Road. These are long, straight, unencumbered streets with no traffic calming. This design makes them appealing to cyclists, which is great, but it also makes them highly attractive to aggressive cut-through traffic, which is unsettling. These are important roads for vulnerable users. Recreational cycling groups use them daily, and they're heavily used by neighborhood commuters. My husband's used the 47th Street bike lane for 11 years to commute to the CU campus. 47th Street is also frequently walked by neighbors accessing the Cottonwood Trail or walking to the soccer fields. On J Road, we have both BVSD and RTD bus stops used by middle schoolers and high schoolers. In the past year or two, these roads have changed. Because of intersection congestion on larger roads, during commute times, shortcut drivers are treating J and 47th like they're small highways. They tailgate residents who drive the speed limit. They ignore crosswalks. I've personally been honked at and passed on 47th simply for driving the posted speed limit. I believe the city knows that these corridors are high risk. Since I've lived here, we've had 2 major events on J Road. A neighborhood father and cyclist was struck and killed by a distracted driver, and a high school student was hit and injured inside a crosswalk. There have been too many accidents to track at the corner of 47th and Iris. 47th is a sleepier road than J, but it actually has a higher speed limit, 40 miles per hour. Because there are no marked crosswalks, pedestrians routinely make unprotected crossings at the Cottonwood Trail connector and the Independence Road crossing near the Mesa apartments. In October of 2025, I used Inquire Boulder to request improvements on 47th, but the requests were quickly dismissed. As a result, I reached out to our Neighborhood Mothers Club email list to see if others shared my fear. It generated the largest response I've ever received from that group. The petition you received last week represents a small initial sample of our community that I was able to gather with moderate effort. But if our request for a safety study is denied, I'll expand my outreach and return with a larger group of residents requesting action. We've included the county and CDOT because with the upcoming completion of the Highway 119 bikeway, regional bicycle traffic is going to dump directly onto J and 47th. But the county's confirmed that these streets weren't studied for the project's first and final mile study. Please don't wait to act. I respectfully ask the Transportation Advisory Board to embrace this petition and keep our streets safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Millie. I appreciate you appearing this evening and for sending the petition and your the information that you've collected. We appreciate it. Sydney, is there anyone else lined up to speak this evening?
I'm not seeing any other raised hands.
Okay.
Oh, there's one. Lynn?
I would really like to see who I'm speaking to. I mean, I see you, but I would like to see the people in this community. That is a matter of engagement. And if you can't do it, you can recommend to the city council that they damn well better do it because this is way too long that we have been excluded from each other. I want to know who that lady is. When I see her on the street, I can say, hi, yeah, I think they should do your job better, but it's a way of keeping us disenfranchised from each other, and that's not okay with me. Now, as far as, congestion and distraction and the scooters and everything else that's going crazy, this is going to get 50 times worse with Sundance. Sundance is not a blessing to this town. It is a curse. And so don't look forward to it. It's not going to be a money maker. It's going to be a sucker of all these resources, our asphalt, everything, and I'm paying the transportation maintenance fee. And I drive my car 6 times a year at the most, and my bike, and I'm paying the same as a car used every day for commuting. Why? Why am I forced on to pay the transportation maintenance fee? Why am I forced to pay the library district? I know that's not your business, but it is because it affects my bottom line, the money I have to spend, and the potholes that I have on my streets. And I go fast. I ride my bike fast. And when I crash sometime, that's going to be the end of me, and then you won't have to deal with me anymore. Maybe that's what you want. But you're one of the most important boards. That's why I follow you. Planning board, I can fight every developer for LIHTC funds and the growth that they're bringing to this town and Sundance and everything else. But you're the ones who have to face it on the ground like Trini did when she got hit by a car or whatever happened, by all of the pedestrian and car and other interfaces in this town. It will only get much, much, much worse. And I'm not just, a crabby person that just, that wants to just talk about the bad stuff. I'm just being realistic, very realistic. And I've watched this for a long time, for decades. And I say you need to talk to the other boards about what this town can actually handle in terms of on the ground.
Thank you, Lynn. Appreciate you showing up this evening. Sydney, do we have anyone else?
There
Like
are
to
no
share?
other raised hands.
Okay, thank you. Trini, would you like to respond?
Yeah, I just want to say, Lynn, nobody wants that to happen to you, and I hope that you don't feel that way. We appreciate your comments and you turning up and speaking on behalf of a lot of people. So just wanted to share that with you.
Thanks, Trini. Okay, the next item on our agenda is the staff presentation for our feedback on a new development of townhomes on 28th and J. I believe that Charles Farrow will be introducing this project. If you would like to, I welcome whoever would like to introduce this project, Charles or Blythe or anyone else.
I think I'm on that duty tonight, and I think Sydney was going to share the presentation for me.
Thank you.
Fantastic. Great. Well, good evening, board members. I'm Charles Farrow. I'm the Senior Planning Manager in Planning and Development Services. I'm here tonight on behalf of Shannon Moeller, who's the case manager for the project. She's out on vacation this week, so I will promise to try and do my best tonight. I'm also joined this evening by two colleagues, Mark Garcia, our Senior Engineering Manager, as well as Tom Pankow, who's conducted the transportation review for our engineering division. Next slide, please. So tonight the board will be reviewing and providing feedback on two key issues for a proposed redevelopment project at 2801 J Road. The property is 4.6 acres and was annexed to the city in 2025 and is located at the northeast corner of 28th and J. So tonight I'll give a very brief intro into the project before handing it off to the applicant team to get more into the details. I'll also be providing a quick summary of the project, the review process, and the two key issues that are proposed for feedback tonight. Next slide, please. So here you can see the existing site in the top image and the proposed site plan down below. The site has historically been used as a church with a surface parking lot. There's also an existing telecommunications monopole on the property. Existing vehicle access to the site is taken from J Road. The proposal includes redevelopment of the property with 82 attached homes. 49 units will be for sale market rate homes, and the remaining 33 units will be for sale permanently affordable middle income homes. Site improvements include new streets, sidewalks, trails, open space, and street trees, as well as improvements to the adjacent rights of way. The proposal also includes a transportation demand management plan to help promote alternate modes of transportation. Next slide, please. So there's detailed information on the proposed transportation improvements in the staff memo and the application documents for the proposal that were provided to the board. As shown in the transportation master plan, there's existing on-street bike lanes and/or bikeable shoulders adjacent to the property. There are adjacent transit stops on the north and south sides of J Road, and a multi-use path is planned to extend north-south through the site to connect to the future city park to the north. Next slide, please. So in terms of the review process, the proposal went through concept plan review back in 2023, and at that time, City Council referred the proposal to TAB for feedback. The project is now officially in the site review process. The purpose of the request tonight is really to provide feedback on the proposed transportation improvements on and around the site. So the feedback provided by TAB this evening will be provided to the planning board and will be considered as part of their decision-making process on the application. Next slide. So to help guide the discussion tonight, staff recommends that TAB address two key issues. The first key issue is if the proposed project is generally consistent with the site review criteria pertaining to access, transportation, and mobility found in section 9214 of the city's code. As indicated in the memo, staff finds that the proposal is consistent with many of the applicable criteria, but has requested some revisions to the proposal. So staff would appreciate any feedback on how consistency with these criteria could be improved. Next slide, please. The second key issue is if the proposed project is generally consistent with the broader transportation goals of the Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan and the Transportation Master Plan. Again, as indicated in the memo, staff finds that the project successfully meets many of the broader goals of the comp plan and the TMP. Once again, we've requested some revisions to better help support that. But again, staff really encourages the board to discuss specific criteria, policies, or aspects of the site plan as specifically as possible, but certainly supports a broader conversation as well. I think all the feedback tonight is instructive and helpful for staff as well as the applicant. So next slide. So that concludes our quick intro into the project and just a quick tee up of the key issues. So at this point, I'm happy to turn it over to the applicant team to share more details about the proposal. And of course, staff is here for questions.
Great, thanks, Charles. Let's go ahead and pass it to the applicant team.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Bill Rigler on behalf of the applicant. Meredith, we've got a slide deck. Is it easier if I share that, or will you be sharing it?
I think Sydney is prepared to share that. Did I get that right, Sydney?
No, I don't think I have those slides. So Bill, if you can share those, that would be great.
Sure, I'm happy to. And just by way of introduction, I am a former TAB member serving from 2015 through 2020. I also had the honor of being the first ever three-time chairman of TAB. And the entire time I was on TAB, it was a deep frustration that TAB was unable to serve its role as subject matter expert, especially on some of these development applications. And so I'm grateful for all of your time, and we're excited to share this application with you. So let's, as Charles mentioned, why we're here is because we have a site review as part of the public process, and we are so excited that TAB is able to be part of this discussion, and we really welcome your input. This is a project that's been going on for nearly 10 years in one form or another. And we think that this is an idea whose time has come. Let me share a little bit more about that site. So first of all, we're talking about a little under 5 acres. This is land that was annexed into the city of Boulder as part of a long annexation process. And I'll talk more about that in just a second and what that means. But fundamentally, we're talking about 5 different housing types, all of which are for sale. And offering desperately and urgently needed housing stock into the city of Boulder. Oops. So let's kind of just contextualize what the housing is, right? So I think that many people on this call know that Boulder, as well as other communities across the Front Range, have a profound shortage of missing middle income housing types, especially for sale. In fact, in data that we pulled from MLS, less than 20 homes have been built in the last decade that fall between 1,200 and 1,500 square feet. And that's exactly the type of housing that this project aims to bring in. In fact, 40% of the homes at 2801J will fall within that middle income housing. That represents a 165% increase in this one site alone over what's previously been provided and built in Boulder in the last 10 years. The other thing I want to mention, I think that this is really, really important, is that nearly 72% of the affordable units that will be built on site and for sale will be 3-bedroom. Part of the reason why this is so significant is that according to the annexation agreement, that threshold was only 20%. So already we can see that the developer is not only meeting the requirements of the annexation agreement, but in many ways is exceeding it, most notably by offering some urgently needed 3-bedroom family-sized housing types. So the vision for the site, as Charles mentioned, is 82 units in all. And again, just want to draw your attention to the fact that more than 40% of those homes are going to be the middle income housing type that has been so lacking in Boulder, and which we know from all of the conferences and conversations that we've had, that this is exactly the type of housing that Boulder needs. So let me just kind of go through the site review really quickly. So I had mentioned that this has been a 10-year horizon. And so when we ask the question, why is housing so expensive in Boulder? I think that we can see that part of that is because it takes a really long time to create housing stock in Boulder. So if you go on the top line, you see that going back 4 years ago, we had the concept review application was submitted. Both planning board and city council then had their hearings. They unanimously approved both the annexation agreement and also gave really, really high marks in the concept review phase. So once we get out of concept review, then we move into site review, where we first met with DAB. We're speaking with you all tonight. And then later on this fall, we anticipate going to both the planning board and city council. And so just want to give you a little bit of eye candy here. You can see what some of that housing stock is going to look like. Again, these homes are all for sale units. So let's talk about some of the new connections on the site. So again, this property is a shade under 5 acres. So the first thing I want to point out is that we have this 10-foot easement that's right to the right of this green line. One of the things that's really significant is through earlier rounds of staff review, we had proposed, or the applicant rather had proposed, that offering that easement as well as providing cash for future use. We understand that staff is now advocating for a pathway, a multi-use path to be built that would stop right here. And if you know this area, it's Area 3, part of the planning reserve. And so right now, this would essentially be a path that wouldn't extend beyond the limits of that. And so I know that when I was on TAB, we looked very closely at, does it make sense to build a path to nowhere versus does it make more sense to have that funding in place so that we can use it in other areas? So here, for example, you can see a multi-use path that would stop essentially at the perimeter. We think, and my own personal view, is that it would make a lot more sense to wait for additional development coming here to extend the pathway along 28th Street. Just some additional kind of renderings of what that site is going to look like from the interior of the property. Let's talk about parking for a second as well. So each of the 82 units will have their own parking. One of the things that I thought was very cool was that each of these units will have their own EV chargers. And also the garages themselves are large enough to accommodate the storage of multiple bikes, which certainly is much of a safety issue as well as a personal safety and property as much as anything. And we also have 39 on-street parking spaces, including some ADA compliant van parking. Again, some additional views of what that property is going to look like once built. In terms of access and circulation, we do have a dedicated right-of-way for the city of Boulder for all public streets. All of the street patterns and pavement widths meet or exceed the required levels of safety, accessibility, and convenience. And we've also added raised crosswalks at the right turn lane right at the intersection of J and 28th Street. And as and I'll go back through in just a minute and show you where some of those bike travel lanes have been incorporated. Again, just another view. And so this is where where the new sidewalk is going to be presented. And as you go here, this is where that northern path that would be built out that would stop. And so just again, want to draw your attention to that. So as far as TDM, it's actually a pretty robust offering, again, that we're very excited about. You can see that eco passes are being offered to neighbors for the first 3 years. We've got multiple mobility options, including Lime scooters and having a Lime Grove parking area, numerous parking enhancements, short-term bicycle parking. And we also have 2 new bus stops, pads and benches that will be on both sides of J Road, as well as a bike repair station. And that is our presentation. Again, I just want to thank you so much for all of your work and your service. And I know that Darcy and a few others were at the Colorado Connector big launch event last week. I've been part of that project since December, and I was so happy that TAB and in the city of Boulder had such a good, robust showing at yesterday's launch event. So thank you all for your time, and we are happy to take any questions.
Great. Thanks, Bill. Good to see you, and thanks for your presentation. Yeah, thanks. Okay, so why don't we start with clarifying questions? Does anybody have any clarifying questions for Bill? Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, thanks for this. And it is frustrating. These things can take so long. But I'm wondering about that multi-use path. I think the staff memo mentioned it connecting to a future city park rather than just the housing that might come someday.
Well, I think ultimately it's intended to connect up to the park, but would certainly be a part of any other surrounding development that occurs.
So, I mean, is there a park that is imminently planned, or?
No, probably not for quite some time. I think it's part of the whole Area 3 preserve conversation, so I wouldn't say imminent.
Thanks.
Yeah, and maybe just to pull down that thread a little bit more, Mike, I do think that there's a lot of value in TAB considering, is it better to have the easement and the cash from the developer, which had been the arrangement all the way up until this point, or better to move forward and have a path that would be built and stop right here with no connections, for any imminent use.
Can you say a little bit more about that, Bill? Can you explain about that trade-off? What would happen if the path was delayed until there's something to connect to? Can you just explain that a little bit more?
Yeah, and having lived previously kind of in the Uptown Broadway neighborhood, we saw that just there was so much development going on, but we didn't know where the configurations of roads or sidewalks or paths were going to be. And so waiting for this slice of pie, for example, to be further developed out, kind of creates more meaningful opportunities to connect to known connections, known paths, and trails in concert with other partners, including the landowner who owns the immediate adjacent spot. One thing that I would also add is just that a benefit with not building out this area right now is that there are some pretty important implications for, I believe, water drainage and sewage. And so not locking in the applicant into creating a path there, I believe, unlocks and opens up new opportunities that could be taken better advantage of. But if it's okay, I'd like to ask my colleague Dash to hop in and make sure I'm not missing any key details there.
Yeah, sure. Thank you.
Thanks, Bill. My name is Dash. I'm a partner here at SiteWorks. We're an engineering, planning, and design firm. We are working on the civil engineering on this project. Bill mentioned the 10-foot multi-use path. Part of our initial annexation was also a 30-foot right-of-way dedication on the west side. So if you look at Bill's slide here on the right, there's a gray line that goes all the way up. That's proposed to be a future residential collector, which would go north into the planning reserve as well. So there's the one connection on the east and then the multi-use path on the west. The transportation master plan shows kind of a squiggly line through our site and then 2 other squiggly lines that connect to the north, which is the north side of the Palmos lot there. So we had proposed to kind of move our portion of the squiggly line over to Palmos's lot to kind of connect all three lines at the same time. So that's been our intent, kind of moving forward on this phase of the project, was to kind of push it as far over as we could, to plan for future connections through Palmos and then continuing north to the Area 3 Planning Reserve.
Great. Thank you, Dash. I appreciate that. So thank you for addressing this path to nowhere, because that was one of my big questions. It was sort of like, well, how do you know, right? How do you know where it's going to go? How do you know what it's going to connect to? What is the value of having a path there now when there's nothing there to connect to? But in the meantime, what happens to the pathless, properties? It's just a swale, essentially, right? It's just sort of a place that, has natural materials on it, right?
It would be just vegetated, native seeded areas.
Yeah, exactly. So just a perimeter, really.
Yeah, exactly. If you look at our plan, we've kind of gone back and forth with staff on the architecture. Those westerly buildings used to face east, then we flipped them around to the west, then we flipped them back to the east. So right now, the building entries, the garages are all facing the east off that main road. So the backyards of those units would be facing
the outside of the property.
And what the applicant has proposed is that they would provide the city the funds to build the path in the future.
So that's the important thing here, right? Is that there is money for the path when there's something to connect to. I happen to sort of agree with what you're indicating here, that it makes more sense to wait until there are things to connect to, but to ensure that those funds are there to make sure that it gets built out as an amenity for the people and the families living in that area. I'll let Trini go ahead and ask your question.
Hi, Bill and Dash. Thank you so much for your presentation. So I have a couple of questions, and I'm sorry, please excuse me if I missed this, but what is the projected timeline for this project? When would you start construction, and how long would it take? And what are we talking about?
There's a few steps we have to go through in this planning process with the city. We've been through concept plan and annexation. We're in the middle of what's called site review. That's the March 2026. That's kind of the date of the site review. So that process would get through the end of 2026. 2027 would be another submittal we call technical document review, where we design all the infrastructure, the roads, the utilities, and all that stuff. And then we could, start construction at the end of tech doc. So that would most likely be towards the end of 2027. And then that would be site infrastructure, and then building permit after that, and then the buildings would go vertical.
And this would represent housing for how many families? About how many people are we talking about?
82 families.
So how many people is that approximately?
So if you figure that 72% of these homes are going to be 3-bedroom, right? Dash, I don't have those numbers offhand, but I believe probably around 200-ish or so people.
Yeah, thinking, I mean, that's amazing, but at the same time, it's gonna create a lot of traffic and a lot of, right? I mean, whether it's car or pedestrian or, bicycle, it's gonna create traffic that doesn't exist. And there's already a situation there that is being expressed, and that I live also with the current situation. So I'm just wondering what plans you guys have to kind of integrate the existing conversations and how dangerous things are to kind of mitigate dangers. And input from other people, right? I mean, I remember when we were talking about the Moxie, and we were talking about the limelight and all of the things that had to be done in order to kind of make sure that everything got integrated the right way.
Right. We have a traffic impact analysis that our traffic consultant did, LSC. And we actually did a deep dive into the accident history in the 28th and J intersection. And I won't be able to quote exact figures, but the majority of traffic accidents were actually happening on 28th Street. So a lot of it was southbound traffic turning left and getting into an accident, or northbound traffic turning left going west and getting in an accident that way. There were very little accidents that were occurring on the.
I'm sorry, Dash, I cannot not correct you. They're crashes. Most of these are
Right.
crashes. They're not accidents.
That's exactly right.
I
No,
cannot,
totally.
like,
You're right.
Thank you. I was going to say the same thing.
Same.
Don't use the word accident. These are crashes.
Sorry, my tab instincts were coming up. No, that's right. And sorry, trying if I may just add to Dash, according to the traffic studies that we've done, at the peak hours, it's going to be 34 extra car trips. And remember that children don't drive, so the actual generation of new traffic is going to be pretty nominal. I mean,
no,
this
Bill,
is
but
not.
I'm talking about all modes of transportation, which hopefully will increase, right? I mean, we're talking about not only cars, we're talking
Oh,
about
I'm sorry. I thought you were talking cars. Yeah, no, you're right.
everything
Mhm.
and everybody, and how that exposes whatever faults we have currently, right? So we just want to make sure that we can, I don't know, adopt things in a very safe.
Right.
Yeah.
There's an existing bike lane on the north side of J, so we'll restripe that as it crosses our entrance. We're also expanding the westbound right turn median, so the crossing from 28th and J into our development will be now a raised crosswalk. So that'll help kind of slow traffic as they're turning right to go north. Because that movement creates a lot of angst as people are trying to merge in there too. So we think that'll help.
And my dream would be, obviously, and this is not your responsibility, this is more like to the city, but like if we could just have protected bike lanes in that area, which has proven to be so dangerous. And
Yeah.
some great improvements that have been done, but they're further, I guess, if there would be east, like going towards Gun Barrel. I think they're great, but moving towards this.
Our plan would just be to maintain the current buffered bike lane. And then, like I said, do that raised crosswalk as an enhancement to slow the traffic as they're turning.
So
I think that this is where. I'm sorry.
Sorry, that this is a great opportunity to do a lot of traffic calming, and really listen to the people that live there.
Well, inherently, our streets are narrower, so we only have 20 feet of pavement on our main roads. We have on-street parking for the internal circulating roads. Those are one-way traffic. We have some landscape islands in the middle. So we're trying to enhance the traffic calming measures inside our development as much as we can. There are some limitations as far as the roads go with the easements and stuff like that. So we can't do a ton of articulated pavement or colored stamped concrete or raised crosswalks and stuff like that. But we're doing our best to kind of provide as many measures as we can internal to our site.
And it does feel like this is a great opportunity as the Area 3 planning reserve gets advanced, to really look at some important collaborations across the property owners and with the city to make sure that we're building in those engineering, treatments that are going to save lives and protect the most vulnerable.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you,
Let's
Phil.
see, Michael, do you have clarifying questions? We can get into kind of commentary after questions are answered. Did you have a clarifying question?
Yes, I am wondering about the width. So I'm wondering about bike permeability from this to me, just this kind of looks like a castle with surrounding, stuff on the outside that could interfere with permeability into the inside. And I'm wondering how you envision bikes accessing um, the housing on the inside. Is it from the outside? Are they going to have to travel with cars through the streets? How do you envision bikes getting in?
So there's a buffered bike lane on J. And if I were living here and riding my bike west, I would enter the development at the southeast corner. There's an 8-foot sidewalk on the north side of J, which would continue west. And then down at the intersection of 28th and J, we have this little triangle park where we have different sidewalk connections into the site. So from the 8-foot sidewalk, you could ride north into our site. That sidewalk connects to our spine park, which runs east-west down the middle of the site. There's also a connection in that triangle park over to the raised crosswalk. And then there's another sidewalk that leads sort of at a diagonal along 28th Street, and then there's some community gardens over there. So there is permeability into the site. We also have our residential collector on the east side, and that would there's a 5-foot sidewalk on that too.
Okay. And then, well, I guess I can save my other questions because I think they're sort of they're less clarifying questions and just more other considerations. So,
Okay. Well, let's go ahead and get into that. So if you want to start with your other questions, Michael, you can do that.
So I agree wholeheartedly with the objective of increasing missing middle housing. I'm kind of wondering why, with the very limited undeveloped space that we have in Boulder, that only 40% of the development is missing middle. It feels to me like with so little developable land available that perhaps a higher percentage of the property should be committed to missing middle housing. But I'm also curious as to why you're characterizing the properties with larger square footages as something other than missing middle housing. So that's sort of not a transportation question per se, but it does relate ultimately to the big picture of how much demand will there be in our community for transportation, particularly in commuting from external suburbs. So there is a nexus there. So that's one question and maybe a concern. In terms of permeability, it feels to me, and this may be an artifact of the rendering, but it feels to me like probably a lot of folks are going to want to enter the property through that little triangle park at the intersection of 28th and J. And if the rendering is kind of portraying the reality that you expect, it feels to me like those little pathways are a little bit too narrow, that I could imagine a lot of friction between pedestrians and cyclists and also cyclists who maybe are riding larger bikes like cargo bikes, kind of feeling that pathway is a little bit difficult, a little bit too narrow to comfortably navigate. Or for example, if they're hauling a trailer like I do on my bike, it's often a challenge to make sure the dang trailer stays on the path, even if I can make sure the bike does. So I'm wondering if there's a possibility of widening those up a little bit so that that's less of a concern.
Let's start there. There. But let me just, I have a clarifying question related to your questions. As I understand it, this entire development is missing middle. It's that there's a portion that is market rate and there's a portion that is affordable. And I had questions about the market rate. I mean, you're anticipating, $1.3 to $1.6 million price tags for homes, attached homes under 2,000 square feet. And I find that fascinating. And I certainly don't think that that meets the need that we have locally. But of course, we are not the planning board. We are the transportation advisory board. But I would question that assumption. But then also, am I correct in that understanding that this whole project is missing middle? It's just that there's market rate and there's affordable.
That's right. And 40% of that is deed restricted, permanently affordable. And, Michael, you asked an excellent question, one that has befuddled people in Boulder County and across the Front Range for a long time. But the reality is that the single biggest determinant of housing costs is land prices. The option to having 40% deed restricted permanently affordable is to have 0% permanently affordable. And, 100% of zero is zero. And so the fact that we in this one project can bring more deed restricted missing middle housing than has existed and than has been built in Boulder in the last 10 years citywide is something that, hopefully is going to be a great incentive and a great model for other developers to follow from here on out. But it's something that up until now has been heretofore impossible due to a number of constricting factors.
Right,
It's
right. But
really hard.
right. I mean, so the developers say, and I think that this is gonna. Well, and so planning board will get
sure.
more deeply into that, about what is really possible here, right? But okay. And then the path question about, I mean, that is one argument. I think what you said, Michael, it's one argument for including the multi-use path, at least on the south and maybe a little bit up the west side as depicted in the rendering, because it would provide more permeability initially. But, I understand the concern about wanting to connect to other things that aren't built yet, but thinking about the pressure on that corner from and to the property, it is kind of a protected area. How do you really create, especially because all the schools that would serve families in this neighborhood are on the other side of 28th Street, right? Everyone's going to have to be crossing over to Centennial and Crestview, and whatever else. So unless they're taking the bus down to Boulder High or something. So that's a concern, I guess.
And kind of related to the future path, this pathway question, or the multi-use path question, I'm wondering if the developers considered putting gates on the properties. It sounds like the back of the property would front to that pathway. And so I would imagine a lot of people, if they're using public transit, are not going to want to walk and on through your little triangle park and all the way around to get to their residence. They're probably going to want to go through the back. And so, we might facilitate a better modal mix if we were to make some of these properties accessible more easily from kind of the outside and the back.
I think that's an important observation, Michael, just thinking about, I mean, there's the trade-off, right? About making sure that the money is there for whatever unexpected things might come up, but then also really ensuring that there is permeability, there's access. I mean, your TDM plan presents, using neighborhood eco-pass and all these other things, and really making, having an intention that people will be taking the 205 and will be riding bikes and doing other things. And that's really great and really important. We want that to happen. But if there's not really good, smooth, easy, intuitive access into the homes, that's not going to happen. People are not going to go around to, the street. No, that's important.
If you have a fence that just goes up to the back, and there's no gate in it, right? People are going to landscape that closed, right? They're going to do what they do in their yard. They're going to put trees and plants, and it's going to be real pretty, but it's going to be permanently block that, that is a pathway of ingress and egress into those houses. So
Yeah.
putting a gate in the back of those properties would maybe help increase that permeability. I had another question about the bus stops. So it sounds like you're planning to put 2 new bus stops. Are those existing stops, or how is this being coordinated with the bus service? Right? Are we just saying, well, here's a bus stop if you want to use it, or has this been an integrated part of the plan?
There
Those,
are 2 bus stops right there.
yeah, there are 2 bus stops existing. There's one on the north side, adjacent to our property, north side of J Road. That bus stop will be enhanced. We'll have a new pad, a new area for the bus. Our plan right now is to do a bench and some bike racks. We're currently working with the city, RTD, and Boulder County on some additional enhancements. Boulder County had requested that we put a stop on the south side as well to kind of enhance that area, which we're happy to do, but we're running into some accessibility issues over there. So north's bus stop definitely on the table, south to be determined.
Right. There are stops on the north and south very close to the property, but you're saying you wouldn't necessarily enhance the south side stop, correct?
Yeah, we're working with the county on that. There's just not enough right of way available
Gotcha.
on parcel to do a fully accessible pad.
I see.
So we'll have to work with city transportation, planning and development staff to figure out how we do that.
Right. Right now, there's just a bench and a small, small. Okay, great. Mike, you have your hand up.
Yeah, I had a few questions, mostly for staff, but first, I see, I was looking through the documents for this property recently. There's one from June 22nd, City of Boulder Planning and Development Services Case Manager Shannon Moeller. It has an edit from June 18th saying staff did not agree to deferred construction of the multi-use path. So I'm wondering how the staff is feeling about that, and if it is deferred and you get cash in lieu, does that cash stay sequestered for future development of this path or go into general funds? I have 2 more questions. There was another document from the county engineer, Dave Webster, talking about the additional 8,700 ADT on J Road and designated bike lanes. It says, therefore, Public Works does not support the proposed interim access to the site from J Road. And it wasn't clear whether the city agrees with the county on that particular thing. And then finally, I think there was some reference to eco passes for residents for the first 3 years, and I was curious about whether there might be funding for continuing that past 3 years through homeowners fees or something. Thanks.
Mark, do you want to address those?
I would. I can at least do the first 2. So good evening, board. Mark Garcia. I'm Charles's counterpart here in Planning and Development Services, but I oversee the Engineering Review and Inspection Division. So the first question about the multi-use path, I believe there was actually just more of a miscommunication between our staff and the applicant. We've been all for the construction of the path for a lot of reasons. One, development is at the time when we actually get things built. We do understand their concerns, though, about being built to nowhere and into Area 3, and there's definitely those concerns there. We definitely want to reflect on their ideas as well, but just be understandable that in the annexation agreement it did say to build the path or pretty much provide cash. So that door is still open, but staff's stance has been we would really like to see that built. So that's that. That would, or the funds for that will continue, we would hold on to them until it's time to build. But that can get a little challenging, especially with the increase in costs for doing that type of work. What might be $25,000 or more today will be a lot more 10 years from now. We can just expect that. So that's a lot of the staff's concerned about it not happening. As far as the county comment, definitely understand we met with county, applicant was there as well, trying to think of creative solutions to resolve their concerns, but essentially it's the private access that exists on the county parcel that serves, I believe, 3 properties, minimal use, is directly adjacent to the half collector street that's proposed. We do have right of way for. That's a 30-foot right of way on the east side. So with that, they are not in favor of having those in so close proximity in that corridor. But just to relate to this group, we are we as a city are not as concerned with that, mainly because the use of that private access is extremely minimal. But again, we're going to listen to our colleagues next door, and without their full approval, we're kind of stuck in that realm. So, any questions for those 2 items, or any further questions for those 2
So
items?
you're saying that the county's concern is about not the road going into the development, but the one just to the east of it?
It would be both of them. Yeah, the concern is because of the proximity of each, the existing private drive access going north, and then the new proposed city right of way that's directly adjacent to it.
Okay. And the city doesn't feel that's a problem.
Correct. Yeah. We've talked about it through other divisions and work groups, and there hasn't been a strong call out of absolutely not. We believe it's doable. But after meeting with the county and the applicant and city staff, they are working at some proposed solutions to resolve that issue. So we're just waiting to see what those might be at this time.
Thanks.
Is there a fence there currently? Is there a divider between the existing kind of private access road and what would be the new road?
Yeah,
Would there be
currently
a fence between them?
Yeah, currently there's actually 2 access points. One goes to the church, and they're about 40 feet apart. I don't recall if there's a fence there currently. So yeah, that maybe the applicant can answer that question more specifically.
No, I'm just curious about
Okay.
that kind of adjacent sort of the nature of how that's going to function. But I'm glad we've had a conversation about the path, because I want to, I think it's important to think these things through, and really, like, I understand the concerns, but yeah, just the accessibility. And I think I hear you, Mark, that it's important to get things built when things are being built, so that they're taken care of and you're not waiting. So I'll amend my original comments about that to say I am in favor of the multi-use path going in initially, because I just can't see it really working otherwise, now that I really examine it. Okay, what other comments or questions? We are sort of at time for this discussion. We have another minute or so if there's any last.
Well, yeah, there was one more.
Mm-hmm.
There was a question about the EcoPass.
Yeah.
I'm not going to try to explain it because I'm not the expert on that part, but if Tom can jump on, if you have anything you can state on that, that'd be great.
Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Tom Pankow. I'm a transportation review engineer working for Mark. And about the EcoPasses, I just pulled up their TDM plan, and in it states that the HOA will administer the program after the initial 3-year financial guarantee period. I hope that helps.
Yeah, thank you.
And I'm happy to add on to that. In connecting with the applicant, it seems like that 3-year period, is what it is, and part of that is just driven by the economics. And so we can look at the Holiday neighborhood as an example, right? That just given the mix of people who will be qualifying for the permanently affordable aspect of those homes, to be able to then further increase their HOA fees creates less income, disposable income, and spending power for them. And so much of this project has really been premised on how do we deliver these missing middle housing? How do we thoughtfully and intentionally create a mixed income, middle income, middle-sized housing pool that's been so desperately needed? And how do we make it easier for families to afford to live in Boulder? Is really what it comes down to.
So you're saying that in the context of the developer taking care of the first 3 years of the Nico Pass, or what is?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, just
And
that
then,
right now we're not envisioning an extension beyond the 3 years for the EcoPass.
right. And the residents, of course, can
Right.
vote on whether they want to continue it.
So
And then,
that will be up to the residents
and
for
they
sure.
can decide on the fee structure, like how
Totally.
they can decide. Maybe the market rate families are paying more than the subsidized families, So I mean, they can decide how to do that. That's perfectly
That's
doable
exactly right.
within
Yeah.
a neighborhood EcoPass contract.
That's a far
Charles,
better way to phrase it.
Yeah. Charles, you had your hand up.
Yeah, staff was hoping to get some feedback on the 2 key issues that we had identified. So Sydney, I
Sorry.
don't know if you'd be able
Okay.
to share the last slide of my
Two
slide
questions.
deck. And then
Right.
those are explored in more detail starting on page 3 of the agenda item. So if we could spend maybe a couple minutes just kind of maybe going around the horn and getting some feedback on those 2 key issues, that'd be great.
Yeah, Darcy, would you like me to bring that slide back up?
Yeah, would you please, just so we can all see it?
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks for the reminder, Charles. Sorry about that. We were talking about a lot of things and not the 2 questions. Okay. Is the proposed project generally consistent with site review criteria pertaining to access, transportation, and mobility? What do we think? Given the conversation that we've had and what we've learned. Anyone? I mean, I think that the information in the packet and what we've discussed tonight gives pretty good evidence that it is generally consistent with the feedback from staff. I mean, staff provided some thoughtful responses to the applicant's, original proposal, and those seem to have been addressed. So I would say yes to number 1, that is generally consistent with site review criteria pertaining to access, transportation, and mobility. I mean, certainly all the intentions are there. They've got their TDM plan. They've got a bike repair station and a lime grove and all these things, and that, to really make those things functional, that path does have to be there. So I'm just going to say that. Anyone else have thoughts about number 1?
Well, I am kind of on the fence about this. Again, it's, I don't think it's the fault of the developer insofar as, they have probably for very good planning reasons focused these housing units to the interior of the lot.
Yeah.
And that to me creates sort of a barrier surrounding the development. And so my questions about permeability were kind of pointing in the direction of that I'm not quite so sure this is generally consistent insofar as doesn't feel to me like there's sufficient permeability. That's why I was pointing to the possibility of, putting in the multi-use path now, making access through the backs of the houses that face the exterior of the development, widening the pathways through the park so that bikes and others. But I just envision that, people are not going to be, unless they're driving, right? If you're driving, the design is perfect because people are going to be coming in all these little roads that, it's a grid. So that's for drivers, it's well done. For pedestrians, it looks to me like a long haul to get to your property from anywhere you might be you know, if you're getting off the bus or if you're biking, it's kind of a long haul. It's not terribly direct. And so to me, the sort of fortress architecture of the whole development requires additional permeability if people are going to be willing to use other modes.
I don't know.
That's my primary
yeah.
concern.
I hear you, Michael, but I also really appreciate the comparable streets that they put in the packet from Boulder Junction, really to demonstrate what it's going to look and feel like. I think the nature of this parcel of land is what's giving it that kind of fortress character right now. I don't think that that's the architecture. I think it's simply there's nothing there right now, right? It's not, people aren't going to be coming from the north side of this property because there's nowhere to go, right? So the people on the north side are going to have longer to travel no matter what, right?
I'm less concerned about the north side. I'm concerned about really, like, you know, if I'm seeing this thing correctly, right? These are not, the properties on the exterior of the development are not facing outward. They are facing inward towards the what is these? I can't read the road E, road P. I can't quite read the label. Right. And so you're going to have the backsides of these properties facing outward. And that is what I think creates this sort of fortress characteristic. It's the developer's decision as to which way they want those pieces of property to face. But if they're going to have them face inward, then that creates a permeability concern that I think needs to be a little better addressed.
If I could just, for 1 second, I'm Margaret Freund, I'm the developer. Thank you so much for your input. I really appreciate all the hard work you guys do in Boulder. It's a tough job, and I recognize that. We had the south and western units facing outward. We had a linear sort of almost linear courtyard on the west adjacent to the multi-use path, and DAB had us turn everything to the inside. So
interesting.
and this has happened. I can't tell you, like, we've flipped these things back and forth half a dozen times between staff and DAB and now you guys. And so this is my first, I have a mixed income, mixed use project in Virginia where my main office is. And I just want to say the overarching goal, I think maybe Bill's focus on the transportation, that central piece, Michael, is a spine with a path through it that goes from east to west that creates, there's no car traffic there. That's all bike and pedestrian right there. But yeah, we have flipped those exterior units back and forth half a dozen times, and I'm kind of at my wit's end about that.
Thank you, Margaret. I appreciate you weighing in. I understand that. I mean, and it's a strange parcel, right? Because there's just nothing around it. So these properties are not connecting to anything right now, and it must be very challenging.
And the other thing is that this one half of a collector on the eastern edge is ultimately going to be a full collector street. So it's going to have patch tree lawn, big sidewalks on both sides. And I believe staff has contemplated this connection. You know, it's very hard to get, if you look to the east here, you've got a parcel that's got a lot of protected wetland and park designated area. So it's not an easy place for staff to get. Legally they needed 15 feet. They got 30 here from us. And we understand why, because you can't get any closer to 28th Street. That's a state highway. So there's some constraints there. So it is, there are some tensions here that we've been up against. And I totally understand Michael's perspective. I think the plans don't do the level of permeability justice. There is a connection between that park where the spine ends kind of to the west and where the multi-use path goes. So there is connectivity there. You know, we certainly can put gates in those backyards. And, you know, I have a little tiny house. It's 1,500 square feet in Newlands that I've had since 1995. And we ride our bikes in those little streets, and the sidewalks are 3 feet wide. So it's not ideal, certainly in some ways, but I think there's more permeability than you can see by looking at a flat plan.
Well, exactly. And that's why I appreciated the comparable street, you know, the comparisons, the photographs from Boulder Junction, because you can kind of sense looking at your design how this is going to feel. And I think this is exactly so this leads us into the second question. Is this proposed project generally consistent with the broader transportation goals of the Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan and the Transportation Master Plan? So to the first part of that, I would say wholeheartedly yes, because this is the kind of housing that families are looking for. They're looking for a place that feels safe, that feels kind of insular, that has these interior places to move around. I love that trail through the middle and the playground, and there is green space here. The streets are narrow. It's going to feel safe and comfortable in there for children and families, I believe, and older people. So I don't see the permeability issue as much as you do, Michael. What I see is that sort of connectivity for the uses that these families are going to have to access on the other side of 28th Street. So there's one part of this that I think very well meets what the BVCP is going for, which is more middle income housing, more family friendly housing, not big apartment buildings, right? And yet it is quite separate because of the nature of the parcel, right? It's quite far from a lot of the amenities that people are going to need to access, the grocery store, the schools, the other things. But as you know, as possibilities come to Area 3 and that discussion is open, you know, there might be new connectivity that evolves, and we can't know what's going to happen there. But I think that this invites some of that, some opportunities there. So thank you for weighing in, Margaret. I appreciate you being here.
Yeah, and to be clear, I agree. So I agree that it kind of hits it out of the park on the second question, right? The consistency with the BVCP. Yes, of course, because this is a housing typology we desperately need. What I'm pointing to is the desire for, you know, if you look at if you compare a development like this, say, to one that you might find in Europe, you would find that there's a lot less asphalt, or there's a lot more asphalt here in this layout than you might find in a European missing middle kind of housing.
Well, but they've taken care to like not have driveways and all the things. Like I feel like it's quite European. Anyway, go ahead, Michael. I'm sorry.
We only have 30 or 34, 35 on-street parking spaces in this whole site.
Yeah.
And, you know, the alternative here is parking lots with walking paths. And this is for young families. And I'm sorry, but it's not it's not co-housing.
Yeah.
So we're not doing pedways. And I've managed communities like this. It's very hard. And what I see is, you know, a young mother with a 2-year-old who's pregnant with a 2-year-old in one hand and groceries in the other, trying to walk through the snow from a parking lot, a block or a block and a half, to her front door because her garage is full of bicycles and camping gear. And that's kind of the reality of how people live here. And yeah, we like to think of ourselves like Europe, but this would be an island, you know, that it's just not, we don't live like that. I mean, like I was just in Montpellier, and, you know, we just don't live that way, you know, and so, you know, I realize people like yourself might carry your kids and your groceries and everything else around on your bike, and kudos to you. And I have many friends in town who don't own a car and just get around by bike. But when you're a young family, you know, the largest percentage of them have to have a car and some access to their front door.
Yeah. And again, I'm not saying that this development should be totally reconfigured. I hear your pain about the thing that the property's getting flipped to face this way and that way and then back the other way. That would be exasperating. What I'm suggesting is what to me anyway seems minor, relatively minor things like adding gates to the back, widening the pathways through the triangular parks, things that are going to make ingress and egress easier for more of the residents. Not a total redesign, because I understand you're way far down the road. We're beyond the point at which those kind of changes would be conceivable. I'm talking about relatively minor things that would, at least in my estimation, greatly increase accessibility, particularly for pedestrians, right? The cyclists, a bike is going to move well enough that they could kind of use the streets. The traffic in here is probably going to be relatively light. So as long as they can get in and then onto those interior roadways, they're going to be fine. But the pedestrians might have a longer haul. And that's why, I'm suggesting like gates on the back and wider pathways, so there's less friction between pedestrians and cyclists that are trying to get into the development. But
I think that's another reason that having that path there initially is probably an important thing. But I want to remind us that we're 15 minutes over here, so we've got a very long night, and I don't want to keep talking about this.
No, well, I'm sorry, Darcy, but we do need to address some things. I mean, and I'm sorry, Margaret, to disagree with you. I think one of the goals of the city, as far as I understand it, is for us to become a 3-mile radius city or a 15-minute city. So that would bring us into the mindset of, yes, you're going to find a lot of people should be walking and should be carrying their toddler and the stroller and should have that type of accessibility, as well as cyclists. So I am 100% backing up Michael. I don't disagree in the sense that I don't think you have to do a lot of work, but that is the mindset. You see, we can't start building things to then come back and correct. I think we're done with that. I think I'm so sick of having to do that on the roads when we can take care of it from the start and just kind of manage it that way. So yeah, I think that's one of the goals that the city has expressed, that we do want to move into that mindset. So sorry, I just needed to.
Yeah, and we're happy to make paths wider. They're 5 feet in most places right now. The sidewalks, the pathways at their narrowest are 5 feet. We have 1 4-foot connection, but the rest of them, I believe Dash can correct me, are 5 feet. Part of the challenge, just so you're aware, is getting utilities in and out of the site. And also, because of the nature of the site, this weird corner where we're coming around to 28th Street, there are some pinch points, and you're not allowed to have a path cross over a private lot. So these are actually fee simple. This is the first time, I think, in any annexation we've been able to negotiate something that I think is going to be super meaningful to these homeowners. They're actually going to own the piece of land under their unit, and they're going to have fee simple ownership with just a party wall agreement. That's going to keep.
That's great.
That's going to keep the HOA fees down. That's going to enable one of the restricted housing homeowners who wants to paint their own house to be able to do that instead of having the funds. If you can do that, there are things you can do to meet the requirements of the HOA and save yourself on the reserves, which has been a tension point at Holiday. And so just trying to think of the small things. So just we're happy wherever we have room and can to expand those paths and increase the permeability. I agree. But some of the reason that we have what may look to you to be, just 5-foot paths is because we have these constraints where the points of the private lots come together and you can't cross it with a path because it's actually a fee simple lot that somebody owns, which is a big deal to the homeowners, obviously. But so that kind of stuff we're happy to do, just so you know, there's no resistance to that. But that part of the reason you see it the way you do is because of some of these competing tensions.
Yeah, great. Well, and it is the nature of this site that people who move in here I agree with you that they're most likely to own a vehicle or have some because it is far from things and they're going to have to, but at the same time, there is the opportunity to connect with what comes next in that area. So, and that may change over time. So thank you. I think, Charles, did we do justice to the 2 questions?
I think staff has what we need.
Okay, great. I do think we have to move on. So thank you so much for your presentations. Thank you for being here. Thanks, Phil. Thanks, Margaret. Thanks, Charles. Appreciate you being here and providing information and your project to us. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, guys.
Thanks. Okay, let's move on to our next agenda item, which is the staff presentation and tab feedback about Civic Area Phase 2 and Phase 3 update. Shihomi Kurigagawa, Shihomi, would you like to introduce the project?
Yes, thank you so much, Darcy. Hi all, it's great to be here at TAB. We were just last here for Civic Area, I think 6 months ago to do a design update. Tonight we'll be talking about a different project that's adjacent. It is related to the Civic Area, but it's more on looking for development partnerships. So let me share my screen. And while I do that, oh, can you see that?
Yes.
Okay, and now I put
You're not in presentation mode. We can see, there you go. That's it.
Cool. Great. Okay, so let's get going. Like I mentioned, we're here to talk about the Civic Area East Bookend Development Partnership Opportunity. I probably should have mentioned before, I'm Shihomi Kurigagawa. I'm the Civic Area Project Manager. I am with Parks and Rec, and I do have a colleague here joining me tonight, Jake Minden, who is the Deputy Project Manager for Civic Area as well. For tonight's agenda, we'll just give you a bit of background and context for the East Bookend Development Partnership Opportunity, how that's couched and related to the Civic Area as a whole. We'll talk about where we're headed for this project and the progress that we've made already. And then we'll finish up with next steps. So this is an information item only, and at this time, TAB doesn't have an official role in the process. We're just doing an update and looking for general input or questions. Okay, so just to locate us, Civic Area is adjacent to downtown Boulder. We have major connections into Pearl Street area. And of course, to the south, CU campus and the new conference center. Civic Area is bound by approximately 9th Street and 14th Street, with Canyon and Arapahoe being the north and south boundary. We have Boulder Creek running through it, and we're also looking at a major connection up to the Arboretum. Okay, so within that context, the development partnership is actually scoped specifically for what you see here in the yellow boundaries. The main offering and what we'd like to advance for Civic Area is the East Bookend. And so that you see on the right side of your screen and what would be part of this development opportunity that we're going out to the public sector for and looking for developer group to help re-envision and rethink vertical development or multi-use development on the east end of Civic. What's also part of the opportunity and more optional is the west bookend. And so this boundary you see here on the left side of your screen. You can see how this is all connected into the Civic Area as a whole and what we talked about with TAB Board last year as design. This was really incorporated through our 2015 Civic Area Park Plan as one big vision integrated holistically. And so that's why we come to you just a little bit of a background on the park design, but then really how do we advance this private development opportunity and how it will integrate really into the park as a whole. Okay, so why a partnership? Well, we think that it's pretty important to accomplish a couple of these bullet points that I have here. But one, because of that holistic park planning that we did over the past 10 years. We think it's pretty important to achieve a community vision. And so making sure that the development fits within that community vision and that civic area park plan is pretty important to us. So that's why at least the city would be a part of the partnership. We believe that leveraging the city investments assets and the actual lots adjacent to civic area is a great opportunity to reinvigorate and create vibrancy for this downtown space. So really putting up city property into the partnership, we think is a great opportunity as it's adjacent to so many great park amenities and downtown. We're hoping to attract from the private sector a stack of capital, creativity, and innovation in terms of design. And so a lot of times when we work with the private sector, they can bring these new opportunities and ideas to development. We're really hoping to, as we move to the Western City campus, to reduce our footprint and our facility management role into a lot of these buildings that staff will be vacating out of to go to Western City campus. And then, of course, both the city and the development would be looking to generate revenue. So whether that's short-term or long-term in property sales, lease, and or property taxes, we'll talk to you a little bit later tonight about the DDA opportunity and how that folds into potential improvements in this area. There's ample opportunity here for revenue generation, and hopefully some of that goes back into this space. So again, through the park plan of 2015, we identified the key themes that you see on the screen here. So that's food, and knowing that the Boulder County Farmers Market calls this area home on 13th Street is so important. They're a major anchor partner for the park and the space as space activators. And so much more. They're a great nonprofit that supports community building and more, but we think that's a major theme. Recreation, of course, because as you see here on the boundary for East Bookend, adjacency again to the park, the creek, so many recreation opportunities I think would be key to integrate from the developer side into the park investments that we're looking at for the next couple of years. And then a community and arts and culture have definitely come up strongly as a theme over the last 2 years of community engagement we've been doing on our side for design. But also it's included as a strong theme throughout the park plan. And knowing that we have a new partner coming to town with Sundance, this is also a really exciting opportunity that we could potentially leverage. So if we look at the East Bookend and the existing components of it, and again, I'm focusing here tonight on East Bookend because this is the major offering. West Bookend is an additional opportunity should anybody be interested in. But really zooming in on the East Bookend, we have the assets that you see here, and there's 3 landmark buildings. I want to note the tea house is remaining in its land use. It will not be changing vendors. It will not be changing use. The building will stay the same. But on the offering, we will include the atrium and storage and transfer building, which are landmarked, and staff will be moving out of the atrium, which is potential for reprogramming, and then working with BMoCA on their new northern campus. The city is coordinating with them on really what does that building look like, and should they have a footprint still here or somewhere in downtown. But that could be a potential opportunity we look at as well. You'll notice that the 3 Ps in the back, those are city parking lot and surface parking lot plots that we have, and those are ripe with opportunity, we think, for vertical development. So whether it's a mixed use of residential or retail at the bottom, we think that this is kind of the biggest chunk that the developer would probably take opportunity in. And really for us in our downtown, will create a lot more vibrancy if we have a development that hosts populations of folks 24/7 around the clock. You'll also notice that in this boundary, it's kind of a funny dog leg down here, and we've excluded some properties. Those properties are private, and so the city doesn't own those, and those are not a part of this initial opportunity. If the developer would like to acquire and condense the full block as a complete opportunity. That's sort of on them in their process and what they would like to see. It would certainly make development more efficient if they did look at acquisition or acquiring those private properties. But those are at least off the table for now since they're not city-owned. Okay. So for the East Bookend and talking about what the developer would have to really consider, there's sort of some things that we discussed on the theming that come from the Civic Area Park Plan, but also there's some realities to what the city is going to develop in terms of these park improvements on the west side of what's offered for the East Bookend. Currently, the developer would definitely have to consider existing conditions, so the bus gate expansion on 14th Street that is existing today, tying into existing multi-use paths that are coordinated within your transportation master plan. That would be pretty important for the developer to consider. And then, of course, we're hoping if we find a good partner to walk down this path with us, that we can coordinate the improvements on phase 2. So you notice here that in the pink boundary, we have what will be constructed and what is city funded for new improvements is under the Boulder Creek Park Phase 2 improvements. So I need to mention we did go through a renaming, which is really exciting for Civic Area. We did a public process and the public voted on a new name, Boulder Creek Park. So we're still kind of working that through all of our materials and slides. But with those considerations and those transportation connections, both existing and what will be proposed adjacent, we're really hoping that the city, in terms of their investment, is an opportunity for the developer, and that this will help entice a partner to think innovatively with us for the future. But really what we're working towards on our side of 13th Street is new and expanded park amenities such as play areas, splash pad, looking to convert, and I think we mentioned this at the last meeting, 13th Street into a festival promenade. So lots of amenities to plug in and for the developer to actually take as leverage. Okay, so let's go to where we've been in the process. So we've worked through an RFI process. So what that means is a request for interest, which is an informal process to really gauge market interest. So putting these both bookends out there to see what the private sector would find interesting, what they would find feasible. So initially in October 2025, we held a public forum to give project background and context. We then posted an RFI in 2026 earlier this year in February. And then, like we said, we're really testing the market. And so we had a lot of questions asked, but also had a lot of parameters and those plan themes that we were asking of development groups to consider. And so generally we received what we think is pretty good response. We had 9 responses, mix of full team and individual organizations interested in this effort, which was great to see. And then really what we learned from this process, we will take into what we call a request for proposal. So that will be a formal process to find partnership. And I can go into that in a little bit more detail. But just generally what we've learned from the RFI process was there was strong interest in a mixed-use development. Folks were really excited about thinking about the cultural programming, incorporating public gathering spaces, and tying into the investment we're making on the west side of 13th Street. So thinking about the Boulder County Farmers Market and having that be a key signature opportunity that incorporates into their development was also very much supported. We've gotten programming opportunity suggestions from hospitality to residential to retail, so kind of the full spectrum, if you will, on those initial proposals. And then we had, feedback that emphasized excitement for the multi-use connections into the park, out to downtown. So really they were saying this location was so key, an amazing opportunity to take part of. and really excited for, again, hosting Boulder County Farmers Market as a existing partnership, but also Sundance as a new partnership and potential coming in. So again, what we've gathered here in terms of information, we will definitely have that influence our RFP process. So with that, the RFP process and the tasks we would like to move through in the next several years, I'll just highlight now. So we are looking to release the RFP soon in late summer, so that by my watch is a couple of weeks away, but we hope to have that either in August or September released. This process would be formal, and we would hope to have a partner selected out of that. So hoping that that's potentially a development partner with full team, could include finance, their own design team, whatever really that they see fit to get the project done. We'll be looking forward to those proposals. The Boulder County Farmers Market, like I mentioned, is a key not only theme, but they'll be incorporated on our side as a partner. So it will be sort of a non-negotiable that we're making investments on 13th Street to update infrastructure for the farmers market as well as other events. And we would like the development group to include Boulder County Farmers Market as a partner and find an interior space for them. So again, expanding their presence, thinking about how we activate the space 24/7, and finding a home for the Boulder County Farmers Market is our goal. So this is a multi-department effort. It is led out of the city manager's office. Multiple departments are a part of our core team. And so this is quite a work in progress, I would say. Once the RFP gets posted, we move through interviews and partnership selection, hopefully. At the beginning of next year, we will draft a pre-development agreement, and then we'll go through concept planning with the development team. So what you saw on the East Bookend is just a placeholder. It is for us to sort of design to and kind of work towards a vision, but the development partner most likely will have their own design team. In 2028, we can hopefully then move through site plan and finalize a partnership agreement, and potentially forecasting out 2029 is start of construction of some sort of development on the East Bookend. Now, all of that is pending if we find an adequate partner group that can walk hand in hand with us on this vision. So that is definitely subject to change with that timeline. So next steps for TAB and just this process in general, due to our existing conditions and connections, the adjacencies of design, right, for civic area, the East Bookend development will be back for a staff update in terms of updating on progress and where we're at with the planning and design. This will be something that is in that timeframe of 2027, most likely. And the project team will return probably at that time. More recently, the project team will return for TAB in August, and we will give a design update on civic area, or now renamed Boulder Creek Park. So you'll see more detail in terms of the improvements the city is making just on the west side of 13th Street. So with that, we have all the project details under the Civic Area East Bookend Development Partnership if you want to see any more information. And with that, that is the end of our presentation.
Great. Thank you, Shahami. This is really exciting to learn about. Board members, let's keep our questions and comments kind of concise to try to get us back on track. If we can wrap up by 7:45, that would be helpful. If not, that's okay. But I just wanted to invite us to attempt that. Does anybody have feedback for Shahami? Yeah, go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, from a transportation point of view, this is really great. Better use of car storage and surface parking lots. I'm just curious, not directly related to transportation, but you mentioned the Downtown Development Authority and how that might be useful in this process. I just wondered if you could talk about that.
Yeah, absolutely. And I believe you have an item later on that goes into detail about the DDA, but ideally and hopefully, if we have a downtown development authority, it will help with investment into new development. So the developer could leverage, if there's any funding, the developer could leverage some of that funding to go back into the investment here for the East Bookend, whether that's public space, right of way, pedestrian connections. That is something that could be a funding mechanism or potential opportunity to help us revitalize downtown.
Yeah, just and there would be alternatives to that funding mechanism potentially.
Yeah, I think there's probably multiple alternatives that we would have to go through as we look to the pre-development process on, what role the city would play, if there's any things like subsidies. That would just have to be part of our pre-development agreement, which would be on the table.
Thanks.
Michael, go ahead.
Just a couple of comments, and you've probably gotten these comments from others already, but right now there's a fair degree of friction between cyclists in the area that is proposed to be the Festival Street, cyclists and pedestrians. So I'm hoping there's some mechanism that you can seize upon that would alleviate some of that friction, because of course 13th is an important bikeway, but also, to activate this space is hopefully going to draw in lots of pedestrians. So I'm just hoping there's a way to reduce the friction there. The other thing I would hope is that, and this kind of harkens back to our previous conversation, I would hope that we have the courage here to envision a style of development that isn't as car dependent as we've seen in most of our developments, right? The assumption, as we saw with the last developer, is that, of course, everybody's going to drive. And I'd like us to be bold enough in a place like this, at the heart of the city, in the most dense area that we've got, the courage to say, maybe not everyone's going to need to drive here. Maybe there are other mechanisms for people to get around, and we may need to think about that, right? If, for example, there's not a grocery store nearby, maybe that needs to be a business that's present at this facility, at least in some, to some degree, so that if there are people who are trying to get around by means without a car, like to not have a car, that's feasible in this place. Because it seems to me otherwise, like, where else in Boulder could you possibly pull this off right now? And this might be the place to have the courage to say, yep, we're going to make a space that anticipates some significant portion of the people aren't going to be driving. And that would maybe free things up for the developer too, in the sense of not having to make a whole bunch of trade-offs in order to get things to pencil out. And with that, I'll shut up. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Michael. Those are great comments. We agree with you. Definitely we'll be back in August to talk more 13th Street, but we know Civic Area 13th Street and the connections do a lot of balancing and a lot of work between pedestrians, cyclists, and visitors in general. The second point is really well noted too, and agreement on that. We are looking at the utilization rates of existing parking garages around us, and so I think there's ample opportunity to make this a downtown dense development. So thank you.
And great transit access and all that as well.
Absolutely.
And the year-round market hall is really exciting. And I think that it's going to be an incredible draw for so many people. Trini, go ahead.
Well, I was gonna say, well, Michael, I commute. That's like the way I go from North Boulder to CU to school, and I have not ever, I mean, maybe it's just me, but I've never noticed this tension on that road. On the contrary, I feel really welcomed as I like that part that is over in downtown of 13th Street, which is really incredible for cyclists and multi-use. When you cross over, I still don't feel that big of a shock, but anyway, that may just be me. But I was gonna say, I mean, that there's an amazing opportunity, Shomi, to perhaps build upon that farmers market idea, like the year-round market idea, and just kind of use that space for that. I mean, wouldn't that be amazing if we could just like somehow envision an indoor somehow structure that could house it? I mean, where it already lives. I mean, I think that would be so incredibly cool. I remember there was, I don't know if why it stopped happening, maybe it was COVID, but I remember there was also like a temporary ice skating rink. I mean, there were so many really cool features to that space. And so I think there's a lot of opportunities to even just like what you just said, right? So
I think, I mean, the discussion of the atrium building being the indoor year-round market hall has been out there for many years, and I'm excited to see that moving forward. And also, I mean, this, it doesn't really pertain to the transportation conversation, but I think that that space is also envisioned as sort of an incubator for small businesses and perhaps sort of craft and artist stalls as well. So that could, it really will be an incredible attractor for people walking, bicycling, taking transit, and really not needing to bring a car anywhere near this place, except, and this is what we hear over and over again when we talk about reducing auto access, for instance, by, during COVID when West Pearl was closed to cars. We hear that, people with disabilities, people who can't walk very far, people who really need direct access to the businesses that they're going to, that's where the tension lies too, is that we can expect that most people will not need to bring a car close to this space because there is incredible transit, bicycling, and walking access, but there will always be a need for some people to be able to get as close as possible. And so making that's where I see the greatest friction, is that opportunity to bring, but there are lots of places that handle that very well. So I think that can be done here as well. And originally, Shahome, wasn't there a vision for a really big bike hub on the north part of the civic area, now this park? I don't remember exactly where that was, if it was near the library or if it was at the top of 13th. I don't remember where that was in the concept plan.
Yeah, that's a good memory, Darcy. We're actually looking at a few bike hubs around Civic Creek, Civic area, now Boulder Creek Park. See, I even messed that up.
Creek Park. Got it.
Boulder
Okay,
Creek
Boulder
Park.
Creek Park.
So we have a few hubs that we're looking at, and we'll probably get to see one that we're contemplating for phase 2 in August. But you're absolutely right. We're trying to walk hand in hand on what does the multimodal piece look like across this park, and how does that move you through the city?
Yeah, because that'll be important. I think those bike hubs where people can leave a bike, access the site, the park safely, and then leave a bike and then walk and explore will be really important. Trini, do you have more to add to that?
Yeah. I was just gonna say, I mean, there is a B-cycle station right there in that corner, which is great. And I was thinking further on Michael's thought, well, maybe this is the opportunity to just extend what's happening on 13th Street, moving towards downtown across Canyon, and just continue that type of dynamic where, we really do feel so safe and so protected as micromobility users.
Yeah. I mean, 13th Street is a wonderful green street, and I think it'll feed nicely into this festival street. Yeah, great. Well, I would love for us to be able to kind of wrap up this discussion here so that we're a little bit closer back on time. Is there anything else you need from us, Shahome?
I don't think so. We'll be back for more design in August. So
great. Thank you so much. This is really exciting to see. Thank you for your presentation and for your memo. And we'll be really excited to see it evolve.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Okay, great. We are back on time, pretty much. Just a couple minutes. Our next item is the Capital Improvement Program overview, and Blythe will introduce this presentation.
Thanks, Darcy. I'll be quick. I know we've got a big agenda, but I just wanted to highlight, appreciate all of Garrett and Daniel's work on presenting the Capital Improvement Plan. And also just to point out that in the Boulder Revised Code, this is one of those items that's very specifically addressed for the tab, and just want to emphasize that and encourage you all. This is a great opportunity for you to give some feedback and some review on our capital plan. And that is one of the specific things listed for us. And without further ado, I will hand it over to Garrett to get into the CIP review.
Good evening. Good to be with you again as we begin our annual capital improvement program overview. As Blythe said, I'm Garrett Slater, the Senior Civil Engineering Manager for Capital Projects. I'm also joined this evening by Civil Engineering Managers Brian Wiltshire and Lindsay Mers, who will cover some of the presentation. So this is the first of 3 visits that we'll be making here to TAB. And this month, we are going to be providing an overview of last year's approved CIP, which covered the years from 2026 to 2031. And then when we visit you again in August, we will cover the 27 to 32 draft. And then the September meeting will ask for your recommendation of the draft 27 to 32 CIP. So here's what we're going to cover. What is the CIP? We'll cover the funding topics, and then we'll provide a review of the already approved programs and projects, and then we'll talk about next steps. So what is a capital improvement program? This is the way that we take care of, maintain, enhance, and preserve the billions of dollars of transportation assets that we have in the transportation network around the city of Boulder. And so we prioritize our investments in that system consistent with the policies that were outlined in the 2019 Transportation Master Plan, where the highest focus is on systems operations, maintenance, Vision Zero, and safe system infrastructure. The medium focus would be on operational improvements and enhancement of transit, pedestrian, and bike system, person carrying capacity improvements, and then the lowest priority would be quality of life features such as sound walls. We also strive to make sure that the capital improvement program is consistent with the City of Boulder's strategic framework and guiding plans, such as the Sustainability, Equity, and Resiliency Framework, where there are a variety of principles and tenets that we're striving to attain as a community, including safe, health and socially thriving, livable, accessible, connected, sustainable, and economically vital. The majority of the work we do in transportation and mobility aligns with the categories of safe and accessible and connected, but there are certainly links to each of the various components of the SARE framework. So overall funding that was approved last year and the 26 to 31 CIP represents over $100 million in total investment, represented by $27 million in grants. And the average per year fluctuates due to the timing of large projects and when those grant awards are timed to be funded for our particular projects. And then the programs comprise about $9 million per yearly average. Primary funding sources for the capital improvement program and the transportation department in general is through the sales tax. We also have there's a fly buzzing around me right now, so I hope that doesn't show up on the screen. There are other funding measures such as grants, which we'll get into in a moment, the Highway Users Trust Fund, which is the gas tax, development funds, and other miscellaneous funds. But the sales tax is the primary funding measure that we rely upon as a department. And so we'll cover next month, because 26 to 31, we didn't talk so much about the transportation maintenance fee, but the 27 to 32, we will be talking about the transportation maintenance fee. And so if you're wondering why that's not shown here, it will be when we talk next month. And so the transportation fund provides the great majority of the funding, which is sales tax based, which means that we are dependent upon the whims of the sales tax revenue cycle. So if the economy is doing great and sales tax is going strong, then the transportation fund is healthy and doing well. But when the revenues go down, the transportation fund also sees a dip in revenue. The development fund is essentially excise taxes and use fees that go into a fund which is a much smaller portion of our overall budget. And we spend those funds on capital projects that are related to growth and development. And then we have the Boulder Junction Fund, which was created to implement key public improvements around the Boulder Junction transit area. There are no further projects identified for now because phase one is built out. There may be future opportunities as there's a great deal of excitement around cocoa. Some of you may even have attended the festivities over the weekend celebrating the arrival of cocoa. And so that means there's likely to be in the near future some opportunities for key public improvements in phase two, which is that area on the east side of the railroad tracks, north of Pearl Parkway, west of Foothills Parkway, and south of Belmont. And we might see some opportunities for spending out of the Boulder Junction Fund at that time. And so I want to highlight a couple of items within the Transportation Fund that I think it's important for TAB to understand. So it's really exciting that we've got the transportation maintenance fee that is coming to help us with providing much needed funding for capital maintenance, such as pavement management and bridge asset management, sidewalks, and so forth. But we've also purchased a streetlight system from Xcel that has turned out to be a bit more costly and in need of more maintenance than we originally anticipated. So we're needing to spend some of our capital improvement funding dollars on the taking care of the streetlight system. And further, the conversation around the airport may entail consideration of using transportation fund sources to help offset the needs of the airport. And so the transportation fund's got a lot of demands on it from some of these new areas. And I think it's important for TAB to understand that so that you can provide your input and have a full understanding of where things are standing with respect to all the pressures that are on the fund. So you all have heard me say this expression in the past. We're really good as an organization at turning our nickels and dimes into dollars. And we've done that over the years through a variety of grant opportunities, such as the Transportation Improvement Program with DRCOG, the Denver Regional Council of Governments. Through the Colorado Department of Transportation, there are a variety of opportunities that we are very successful at winning funding, such as the Highway Safety Improvement Program, the Transportation Alternatives Program, Revitalizing Main Street, Safe Routes to School, and then, of course, there's the Safe Streets for All grant that was awarded from the Federal Highway Administration a few years ago. So along the theme of the pressures on the Transportation Fund, every year we see the impact of inflation, the rising construction cost indexes, and compromising our ability to get as much done and spend and invest into the system in the way we want. This chart depicts the erosion of spending power over a 7-year time period with two different rates of inflation, 5% and 10%. And how are we looking? How have things changed in recent years? So the trend right now is that inflation is going down. And you might think, oh, that's good. It is good. But it's only really good if that number goes into the negative territory. So the fact that we saw it go from 12% down to 5%, and that all the cost to deliver infrastructure went down, it just means the rate of increase went from 12% to 5%. So on balance, you can see that what would have cost us $178 in 24 actually cost us $186 in 2025. And so we'll see where things go into 2026, but I expect we'll see more of the same with that yearly inflation index ticking up around 5 to 6% per year. So within the capital improvement program, we are delineated between two major focus areas, the one-time enhancement projects and the ongoing multimodal programs. which are focused on capital maintenance as well as safe system implementation, such as the mobility enhancements. And they're split roughly 50-50. Last year, in the 26 to 31 CIP, the split was roughly 46 to 54% in favor of multimodal programs. And so we'll see where things fall as we're presenting to you in 27 and 32. But normally it's around a 50-50 split between the projects and the programs. And so from this point, I'm going to hand it over to Lindsay to talk about the multimodal programs, and then we'll hand it off to Brian to highlight some of the projects.
Thanks, Garrett. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
But I'm Lindsay Mers. I'm a civil engineering manager in the CIP work group. And so this table here is the overall view of how we allocated funding to the various programs in the 2026 to 2031 transportation CIP. These programs are the sidewalk and pedestrian programs, the multi-use path programs, our pavement management program, the bridge asset management program. We have Vision Zero with the PMP integration, and then, as Garrett mentioned, the streetlight maintenance program. So I'm going to step through these programs in more detail. So the city does have the pavement management program, or the PMP. This keeps our streets safe and in good condition. And so this program manages and they maintain the approximately 300 centerline miles of streets, and they inspect all of them every 3 years. And so these inspections help the city understand the current condition, and then with that information, we can plan for where the future repairs are needed. And so how do we decide which streets to fix first and what treatment is appropriate? Well, they use the Pavement Condition Index, or the PCI scale, and this rates our streets on a scale from 1 to 100. So if a street scores 85 or above, we consider that good condition, and it might just need preventative maintenance, such as crack sealing. And if a street scores 55 to 75, we consider that fair condition, and it's a candidate for pavement preservation, such as chip seal or slurry seal. And if a street scores 35 to 55, we consider that poor condition, and it would be a candidate for rehabilitation, such as mill and overlay. And then if a street scores below 35, that's considered the very poor condition, and that's typically involves a complete reconstruction. And so as a city, the program aims to keep our average street rating at 75 or higher, which is in that good overall network condition. And so the pavement management program is identified in the TMP as a priority 1 investment. So the mobility enhancement program is actually a key partner to our pavement management program. So they coordinate improvements with scheduled street repaving projects, and this then maximizes efficiency and minimizes construction impacts. Because we align these investments, the city can implement more safety improvements, the multimodal enhancements, and some accessibility upgrades while pavement work is already underway. And this then would reduce costs and limit disruptions to the community. And so some recent examples of this coordination was the partnership with Moorhead Avenue multimodal improvements, the East Baseline road safety treatments, and then the 2025 Colorado Avenue multimodal enhancements, which were constructed with the repaving of Colorado Avenue. And then that project also extended the multimodal improvements that were previously completed as part of the 28th and Colorado Avenue. And this then, created more connected and safer multimodal corridors. Okay, so let's move on to the programs that focus on improving our sidewalks and pedestrian safety. And that includes the pedestrian facilities enhancements. This one builds our missing sidewalk links and connects enhancements to our crossing treatments. And then the pedestrian facilities repair and replacement program, and then the sidewalk maintenance program. So the sidewalk maintenance budget funds the miscellaneous sidewalk repair program. And so this program shares in sidewalk repairs anywhere in the city with the adjacent property owner, who then pays for half of the repair costs for the sidewalks. And the pedestrian facilities budget, it's an ongoing funding program that includes the installation of our missing sidewalk links, our pedestrian crossing and safety treatments, which could include things like median refuge islands, crosswalk lighting, the flashing signs, lighting and pedestrian signals, neck downs, additional signage. And so these programs are identified in the PMP as a priority 1 investment. And the various implementation locations are prioritized each year using the condition level, and then we use program guidance documents as well. So the multi-use path programs include the multi-use path enhancement budget and the multi-use path capital maintenance budgets. And so these programs are dedicated to enhancing and maintaining our currently 80 plus miles of path within the city that then, are used obviously by our peds and our bikes. And the maintenance budget is charged with providing our major maintenance for these paths. And this budget addresses activities such as replacing panels of concrete. We can flood-proof our underpasses, and then we redeck our pedestrian bridges. The enhancements budget is used to expand on the current path system by building new paths or even converting our existing sidewalks into paths. This budget funded the Valmont Multi-Use Path Project, which was located in the Confluence Multi-Use Path area and was a CAN corridor project that was constructed in 2025. And then this budget will fund the concept planning for the path along 61st Street, which is anticipated to start in late 27. And so these programs are identified in the TMP as priority 1 investments, and the various projects are prioritized with condition level, pedestrian bridge inspection reports, and then our maintenance frequency. We also have the Bridge Asset Management Program, and this program funds repairs for approximately 300 major and minor bridges and structures that are aging or near the end of their lifespan. I do want to highlight that this also includes approximately 80 retaining walls. Those walls are used to support and protect our transportation infrastructure. And so this funding provides the ability to complete the capital repairs that are not typically eligible for grant funding, such as lining an existing culvert pipe. We can apply waterproofing membranes on existing bridge structures, and we can complete structural repairs to concrete and steel elements, as you can see in the top photo, where a wing wall actually collapsed into Goose Creek. This was near Old Pearl and Sterling Drive, and it required full replacement. I also want to note that minor and major structures don't only include the more commonly seen roadway bridges, the pedestrian bridges, but it also includes the box culverts and the pipes found under the road. So this program is also identified in the TMP as a priority 1 investment, and the Bridge Health Index is used to prioritize this work. That's a performance metric that's used to prioritize bridge investments. And based on our routine inspection data, it assigns a bridge an overall health score on a scale of 1 to 100. And so at the end of 24, the city acquired all the streetlights from Xcel Energy, and we are now responsible for maintaining them. And so the Streetlight Capital Maintenance Program is what we use to fund this work. And so as we continue to transition from Xcel to city management, we're finding more issues than expected. Corroded poles, damaged poles, and these need repair or replacement. So to keep up, we need to expand our maintenance efforts and ensure there's dedicated funding to respond quickly when these problems continue to arise. And so the map showing the current conversion progress is shown on the slide. This program is identified in the TMP as a priority 1 investment, and we're currently working on creating an inventory of the streetlight conditions so that all of the work for the streetlights can be prioritized. So Brian, it's your turn to talk about projects.
All right. Thanks, Lindsay. Good evening, everyone. My name is Brian Wiltshire, and I'm a civil engineering manager in the Transportation and Mobility Group, primarily responsible for implementing CIP projects. I'll be covering the Transportation CIP projects portion of tonight's presentation. The Transportation CIP project slide that you're currently seeing represents projects currently in the planning phase. So projects in construction, such as the baseline improvements or the Broadway intersection improvements, aren't shown since they've already been funded in prior approved CIP years. The table you're seeing shows the budgeted amount for each project and in which year the funding will be received out to the year 2031. Garrett, next slide. This TIP local match and TMP implementation slide discusses the various funding sources. Gary previously mentioned those, but we have TAP, SRTS, SS4A, and HSIP as examples of funding for projects. As we receive funding for specific projects, the local match comes out of the TNM CIP budget and goes into each specific project. Garrett, next slide. All right, now I'm going to highlight a few key projects, not the entire CIP list, but just the ones of broader interest to the public. The first project is the Violet Avenue Bridge project. This project represents a TMP investment priorities 1 and 2. Design of the project will be conducted 2025 through 2026, and construction of the project is anticipated to begin in 2027. Total funding for the project is at $8 million, which comes from both the Transportation Fund and CCRS tax. Violet Bridge Replacement Project is also a collaboration with Park and Recreation's new Primos Park project. Garrett, next slide. All right, second project is the 30th Street final design and construction from Walnut Street to Diagonal Highway. This project is beginning the engagement final design this year, with construction anticipated to begin in 2027 through 2028. Current project also represents TMP investment priorities 1 and 2. Total funding for the project comes in at $9.3 million, with $7.4 million coming from grant funding. This project is part of the CAN and Safe Streets for All corridor. Next slide, Garrett. The third project being presented tonight is the East Arapahoe Final Design and Construction Project. The goal of this project is to improve multimodal connectivity through the corridor from 28th Street to 38th Street. East Arapahoe is part of the CAN SS4A corridors and represents TMP investment priorities 1 and 2. Design of the project began in 2025 and is expected to be complete in 2026. Construction of the project is anticipated to begin in 2027 through 2028, with total funding for the project currently sitting at $12 million, with $9.67 million of that coming from various grant funds. Garrett, next slide. The fourth project is the US 36 multi-use path project, which is just south of J Road. This is a Vision Zero enhancement project. The project represents the TMP investment priorities 1 and 2. Construction of the project is anticipated to begin in 2027. Funding for the project currently is at $1.17 million, with $936,000 coming from grant funds. Garrett, next slide. All right, next up is the Folsom Bridge over Boulder Creek deck replacement project, which is also considered capital maintenance. This project is part of the CAN corridors and represents TMP investment priority 1. Construction of the project is anticipated to begin in 2028, with funding for the project coming in at roughly $5 million, which will come from the Transportation Fund. Garrett? All right. Last project is the South 30th Street from Colorado to Aurora design and construction project. Goal of this project is to improve multimodal connectivity through the corridor from Colorado to Aurora, which was previously improved as part of the 30th and Colorado Underpass project completed in 2023. This project represents TMP investment priority 1, with construction anticipated to begin in 2027-28. Funding for the project is $3.6 million, with $3 million coming from grant funding. Next slide, please.
Yeah, I'll take it over from here. So as I mentioned, this is the first visit to TAB. So in August and September, we'll be visiting you again with the draft CIP and then asking for a recommendation of the 27 to 32 CIP, which will also be a public hearing. From there, your recommendation goes to Planning Board, which I believe is September 15th. And then we'll go from Planning Board to City Council as part of the annual 2027 budget review and approval process. And so those are the steps that lie ahead. And so with that, I'll stop sharing and ask what questions Tab might have about the capital improvement program that we presented tonight and the process that lies ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Garrett and Brian and Lindsay, for this background information. It's really helpful as we move into more conversations about this in the coming months. Go ahead, Mike, with questions.
Yeah, first of all, that's really exciting. I can't wait for the next couple of years when all this stuff gets done. First question is, I understand that transportation maintenance fee is restricted to maintenance, so and not improvements. Not sure how that works. When something that was mentioned was the Folsom Boulder Creek bridge deck, which seems like maintenance to me, but in some cases, something like that could be a combination of maintenance and improvement, and whether you have to keep track of something like that. And then my second question is, you mentioned the airport possibly being a drain on our transportation funds, which is something I just heard about because we may not be getting FAA grants if we don't agree to keep the airport open in perpetuity, I guess. And we have commitments through 2040. So I'm just wondering if you could confirm that that is a real threat to things like CAN and other SIP projects if the maintenance of the airport is taken from those funds.
Yeah. So did you have a question about the transportation maintenance fee, Mike?
Yeah. I mean, does it is there some accounting where you have to account for a project's maintenance costs versus improvement costs?
Yes, so we definitely need to demonstrate a nexus between the capital maintenance expenditures that are attributed to the transportation maintenance fee, and that is most easily done by the spending that will go toward the pavement management program, the multi-use path maintenance program, and the bridge asset management program. So those will be easy to spend and show that direct nexus and correlation to where the need resides. The other area that you'll see that we're going to propose increased spending on, we don't have it right now in the CIP, but will be needed in the out years of the 27 to 32, would be as we are deploying all the mobility enhancements in partnership with the pavement management program, all these new markings and signage are going to need to be maintained. And so the transportation maintenance fee will also help address that. And so because the transportation maintenance fee will generate about $6 million per year, we've generally made commitments that will go into pavements, bridges, paths, and sidewalks, and we'd like to make sure that we're allocating that investment across each of those portfolios in a meaningful way that demonstrates the value to the residents of the community. And so we're less likely to try to pour a big tranche of funding from the TMF into a singular project, but more so to see it spent on an ongoing basis. And so hopefully that answers your question. I would expect the Folsom Bridge decking would be funded by the traditional sales tax revenue and other bridges. As Lindsay highlighted, we're unique for a community of our size to have 300 bridge structures to take care of. It's because there's so many creeks, drainage ways, and irrigation ditches that traverse the city that we have a much larger than normal size of structures to take care of than communities of our size. So hopefully that addresses that question. With respect to the airport, I am aware that if the airport fund is not able to take on grants and it's unable to take care of all the needs that are at the airport without the role of grants, that the guidance has been that the transportation fund would be the likely source to be able to take care of the needs of the airport. And that's about the extent of my knowledge. If Blythe would like to speak to that more directly, I'm probably more qualified to do so than I.
Thanks, Garrett, and thanks for the question, Mike. I think I'll just add that hopefully TAB members know that we're we're helping present some scenarios for the city council at a public hearing that's scheduled for July 23rd, so a week from a week from Thursday. And it's not been decided. There are a couple of things that need to happen first. That we need some policy direction from the council on indefinite and or perpetual operation of the airport, and whatever that policy direction is will impact the eligibility for FAA grants. The scenarios that we've developed, that of course we haven't presented yet, but that we will here in a little over a week, do show that the airport is not self-sustaining financially, and so there would be some trade-offs to some funding source. Whether that's the transportation fund has not yet been determined, but that certainly seems like a possibility. Some sort of local funding source would need to help support the airport, it seems, if we're unable to figure out additional revenues that can help us maintain it. But there again, that's premature. We're presenting to the council in a little over a week, and we'll know more then.
Great. Thanks, Blythe. Trini, have your hand up.
Yes, thank you, Darcy. So I have a couple of questions. Well, thank you so much for the presentation. And I must say, if there was a way that we could squeeze in the CIP tour, you guys, and I'm talking to my TAB members, it is really like literally one of my favorite things that we do with TAB. I mean, it's such an incredible, it's so great to be able to see the projects that are on their way in person and just kind of have that experience. So it's a shame that we're not going to do it this year, but if we could find some time, that would be amazing.
I don't think there's been a decision not to do it. I think we just haven't gotten a new.
Well, I thought there was. I thought that we had kind of like agreed on that, and
No,
just.
I don't think so. I think we're waiting for a new schedule proposal.
Okay,
Yeah,
well,
new
that's
poll.
fabulous, because you guys don't want to miss it. I mean, I really enjoy the tours, Garrett. Thank you so much. And it's like it I don't know, revitalizes all of, and it makes everything that everybody works for so hard, like makes sense. I don't know, and at least I really enjoy it. So hopefully we'll get to do that. So Garrett, I was just wondering what the status of the Safe Streets for All grant was. I mean, are you guys actually, I know it was kind of a bizarre.
Yeah, so we're advancing the work of the grants projects, and so the East Arapahoe corridor that Brian highlighted will be a recipient of some of those implementation funds. He's a project manager on that one. Lindsay is a project manager on the North 30th Street that will also be a recipient of those funds. So design and efforts are all moving forward.
That's wonderful news. And finally, I guess I know it sounds like a logical thing to most, but at the same time, I don't know why the transportation funding would end up paying for street lighting that was defective from Excel. I mean, maybe it's just me thinking this way, but I mean, is there any way that we could talk to, I mean, because it's not like we have unlimited funding. I mean, and I'm sure it's like eating away from other things that had already been projected and that should be prioritized. So is there any way that you guys could somehow like talk to city council about getting, I mean, at least partial funding from another city resource? And that's just my personal opinion. I just think, I don't know.
So I'll go ahead, Darcy.
Oh, I was just, as part of that, can you remind us what precipitated the transfer of ownership from Excel to the
I
city?
think they had to buy it. I mean, I think it was like a timely thing. There was a moment in time when there was an opportunity to do that. I just don't know why it wouldn't have been negotiated as like a business deal, that if there were faulty parts or whatever, like that we wouldn't be responsible for that. But that's not my place either. But now that we have and we're stuck with these things, I just wish there was more funding from other places.
So prior to the acquisition of the streetlight system, we paid Excel more or less around $1 million a year, somewhere in that range, to provide the streetlights to the city. On top of that, when the Xcel would go and replace streetlight poles, they would send us a bill for that on top of the ongoing operation and maintenance of the system. And so there was a financial analysis that was done that said it looks like it would be more advantageous to the city if we actually owned and operated the streetlights. And furthermore, we could accomplish some of our dark sky and climate goals by converting the system to LED. And so those are all good and worthy goals, which we are pursuing. But in the course of taking over the system, we learned that when we looked under the hood, we missed a few things, or not all was revealed, and there's no takebacks on that deal. So we have what we have. And as to the question of being able to supplement the needs from other funding sources, we've certainly had a number of conversations internally with the finance and the budget team, asking for them to give consideration to the needs of the streetlight system, to not have the transportation fund bear the burden entirely. So I guess at this point, the decision's been made that the transportation fund will bear the burden, but we'll continue to have those conversations with our partners in the finance department. And Blythe, or Valerie, either one, feel free to chime in with anything additional.
Thank you, Garrett.
Yeah, I'm happy for Valerie to add feedback. I know the purchase of the streetlights preceded me being here, but I'm happy to look into that further.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, it sounds like an important decision, and that, it's one of those situations that happens a lot, right? You buy something and then you discover that there's something going on with it. But as part of the overall CIP, I mean, the need for these funds to facilitate other projects, maybe that can move forward the conversation of sharing the cost.
Because it doesn't seem fair. I mean, it just doesn't seem like, why should we have to pay for the whole entire thing? I mean, that's my opinion.
Yeah, I know. Well, and every department has its demands. We are running a little bit behind schedule, but go ahead, Michael. Let's just try to wrap this up pretty
Could
quickly.
I add one last point on that last thread there, if that's okay, Darcy?
Sure,
so I think tie it back to some of the things that Garrett was, the themes that were in Garrett's presentation with Lindsay and Brian, is that there are a lot of pressures on the transportation fund, obviously, but one of them is just the, cost escalation. Rising costs for materials and labor is just something that we can't underscore enough. And so with the streetlights in particular, I think there's a little bit of what we've mentioned here, but a lot of it has to do with the fact that, back when the acquisition was decided to be pursued, any projections you would have made back then just would not have really been able to account for the kind of extreme amounts of cost escalation that you saw on that slide in Garrett's presentation. That percentage of escalation is pretty significant. So, a lot of what we're experiencing with all of the separation and conversion of the streetlight system has to do with those kind of rising costs that are just out of the city's control. But I think that idea you have, Trini, is certainly, as Garrett mentioned, something that we have been in discussion with, our city family about. So appreciate that idea. And yes, we are continuing to have those conversations.
And I was just wondering if there's a possibility to kind of slow walk this, right? I mean, presumably Xcel, well, maybe they weren't, but maybe they were aware of what was under the hood. But in any event, they were probably just kind of going through some regular process to replace things on a particular schedule. I'm wondering if this is like roads, in the sense that if you don't do timely maintenance now, right, that you end up having to pay more in the future, or if this is something that can just be handled at a slower pace than we'd anticipated, and not be sort of penny wise and pound foolish. So I'm just wondering if there's a slow burn option here.
That's a good question. The answer there is that we have commitments in our agreement with Excel for completing the full separation. For example, we have streetlights that are attached to distribution poles, like the timber treated poles. And we are at a future point in time not allowed to have any streetlights attached to their distribution poles. Well, that means we were going to have to put new poles in place. And in order to meet our separation timeline commitments, that means the pace of taking care of what we've got has got to, at least here in the first few years, needs to be more accelerated than not. The hope is that at some point in time out there, that the cost of being able to take care and get everything up to where it needs to be so that we can meet our commitments and obligations per the agreement will come down. So time will tell.
Yeah.
I just wanted to ask something, and maybe it's something that I misunderstood from Michael, but could it be that it's cyclical, Garrett? I mean, maybe we could get like a timeline of maintenance of what they had done in the past and maybe kind of prioritize the funding that way. That it doesn't all have to be done at the same time, or there's just a way.
Yeah, we're certainly not looking at doing it all at once. We're going to be looking at doing chunks per year. And I don't want to berate the folks at Excel too much, but I will a little bit here. You're giving them too much credit to think that they knew what they had. I don't think they knew what they had. I think they waited till things went totally and completely broken to actually go out and take care of it. So I don't think there was any disingenuousness in the transfer. I just think they legitimately didn't know what they had. Because when we asked for like records and inventories and so forth, there wasn't much there.
So that's part of the work that we've done, is to create those inventories, and then and it's not really an option to just eliminate streetlights. I mean, people are demanding streetlights, and we need to have them for safety. Okay, great. Well, thank you for the presentation, Garrett and colleagues. Appreciate this background information. This will be helpful for us going into the August conversation. And I don't have any further feedback right now. I want to kind of let us move into the recommendation phase. So thanks for providing this background information. Is there anything else that you need from us?
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate it. All right, now we're moving into matters from staff. Our next agenda item is a progress update on the Primos Park Project Connections Plan and the related Violet Bridge improvements. And Garrett, you're up again.
Yes. So we highlighted the replacement of the Violet Avenue Bridge in conjunction with the Primos Park development. And as we are working with our partners in the Parks Department, as well as in the Utilities Department, we have identified some potential revisions to the connections plan that we would like to get your feedback about before we advance this overall project further into design. And so Daniel Sheeter, a principal planner, and myself are here to just provide an overview of the work that is happening and the proposed connections updates that we'd like to get your input on. So with that, Daniel's got the slideshow going, and if we could move to the next one, Daniel. So this slide depicts the proposed improvements at Primos Park. And so at one point in time, it was known as the Violet Avenue Park. And after participation and working with the adjacent community in Boulder Meadows, a renaming of the park was held, and they named it to Primos, which means cousins. And so what this is showing is the plan view of the way the park amenities and features will interact with 4 Mile Canyon Creek, as well as interact with an interface to Violet Avenue. And so what you're seeing is a series of play structures and plantings, as well as opportunities for people and residents to be able to get down into and interact with the creek. And as part of this, this effort, it's both flood mitigation, park enhancement and implementation, as well as transportation. And so all of these are sort of coming together into this comprehensive effort that, if we could go to the next slide, that you can see here a bit of a rendering from a isometric sort of a view that depicts, again, the creek, the pedestrian pathways that go through the park, which are not the true transportation connections, but more the pathways that the people would walk as they or perhaps walking their dog or walking with their kids with a stroller, or wanting to get access to the amphitheater or out onto the lawn, versus the multi-use path. And you can see this is looking from the north to the south, with Violet Avenue sitting on the top of the screen. And let's go to the next slide, Daniel. And then this is looking the other direction, from Violet looking to the northwest, that depicts the Nature Plaza and building with restrooms. There will be an area for food trucks to pull in when there are events taking place in the park, the water play areas, and then the rain garden, the multi-use path that we'll get to here in just a moment, that is part of the Greenway Connection Plan, as well as the Transportation Master Plan, Connections Plan, also here on the periphery of the park. Next slide. So amongst all the wonderful enhancements that are included in the park plan is the Greenway Master Plan for 4 Mile Canyon Creek, which outlines a number of flood conveyance benefits to contain as much as possible in the floodway so it doesn't impact adjacent properties. And so you can see on the upstream side, we have the recently completed Broadway underpass improvements that conveyed 4 Mile Canyon. Then we've got the recently completed 19th Street project that is conveying 4 Mile Canyon. And then we have proposed Violet Avenue Bridge and underpass, and then the future Upland Avenue underpass. That's not in the current CIP, but I expect it will be soon, because that's a bridge that's also in need of attention and would provide an important connection as we build out the connection from 13th Street going east to Violet through the new underpass. And then we have the connection at 19th. We'll have a pretty crucial missing link in the system between Violet and Upland. So hopefully in the next 10 years, we can find funding to be able to implement that Upland underpass and really provide a lot of both flood benefit to the residences here in the area, as well as transportation connection benefits that have long been identified in the Greenway Master Plan. Next slide. Highlighting the importance of the structure and the flood here is this slide. This was taken 2 days after the 2013 flood. So at this point in time, the floodwaters had subsided a fair amount, but you can see how dirty and muddy the street was from when the flood had overtopped the bridge. So it shows that the structure is woefully inadequate in conveying the capacity that's needed for flood events along 4 Mile Canyon Creek. And then next slide. The Violet Avenue Bridge is the worst rated bridge on our system, and it is a timber structure that's approximately 100 years old. And you can see the splitting timber stringers that are starting to separate. So it's really great timing that we're able to get this thing designed this year and get it into construction next year, because it certainly needs to be replaced. So again, a really great project bringing together the need for replacing the bridge that provides a flood benefit that also connects in with all the really fabulous park enhancements and amenities. And next slide. I'm going to let Daniel take it from here to talk about the connections components to this.
Thanks, Garrett. Is my audio working okay?
Yes.
Yep. Thank you. Okay. Yeah. Well, good evening, Tab. My name is Daniel Sheeter, and I'm a principal transportation planner in the planning division of transportation and mobility. So to begin, I'll be walking through the existing transportation master plan connections in the vicinity of the future Primos Park. So our map on the remaining slides cover Broadway to 28th, and the area north and south of Violet, and the next major streets to the south, Upland Avenue, as well as to the north with Yarmouth Avenue, are not visible in these extents here, but just to kind of orient everybody. The proposed Primos Park is in that yellow area along 4 Mile Canyon Creek. If you can kind of visualize that plan view that Garrett shared a few slides ago, it's overlaid in this yellow area here. And so that's between Boulder Meadows to the north and Violet Avenue to the south. And then the bridge itself, the proposed bridge replacement, is here at the east end of the future park. The western limit of the park is 14th Street, where the 4 Mile Canyon Creek path ends today after passing under Broadway and by the North Boulder Library. The other existing bike connections in the area include bike lanes, kind of feel more like a bikeable shoulder, more of a bikeable shoulder than a bike lane with curb and gutter adjacent to it, but those are along Violet Avenue here between Broadway and 28th Street. And there's also segments of bike lane or continuous bike lane on Broadway and 19th Street south of Violet. 19th Street north of Violet is a shared lane or a designated bike street facility extending up to Yarmouth. The 13th Street Green Street provides an important north-south link to the 4 Mile Canyon Creek path. And then you'll see a few segments of existing north-south multi-use paths, which were recommendations from the North Boulder Subcommunity Plan and have been constructed to date. So currently much of the east-west bicycle travel in this area does utilize the 4 Mile Canyon Creek path underpass of Broadway, this purple line up here. And oftentimes that traffic actually diverts onto 13th Street here, continues south on 13th Street, and then utilizes Upland to continue east or vice versa for westbound trips. And so that provides this great low stress route that parallels those higher stress bike lanes on Violet. But we expect this primary route to shift with the construction of the park and the new Violet Avenue Bridge as we realize those plans from the Greenway Connections Plan, or Greenways Master Plan and the Transportation Master Plan. So as we shift to the proposed connections in the TMP as they are before any potential changes to them, you can see how the continuation of the 4 Mile Canyon Creek path shown in the dotted purple here extends east to the planned bridge location and then south along the creek to Upland Avenue, and then the recently completed 19th Street underpass is just off the map here. So this addition is being coordinated with the park design, and it's going to make the path a highly desirable route through the area. Additionally, the TMP recommends continuous sidewalks and one-way separated bike lanes along Violet Avenue from Broadway to 28th Street. And then along 28th Street, separated bike lanes and a west side multi-use path are proposed, kind of at the east side of the map here. That path would be a 12-foot wide concrete facility to ensure design consistency with other regional bikeways, such as the US 36 bikeway southeast of Table Mesa and the soon to be completed Diagonal Bikeway. And then finally, some new north-south paths are proposed both east and west of 19th to connect Violet and Upland. Again, recommendations that I think originally stemmed from the North Boulder Subcommunity Plan, and those help break up the existing large blocks and provide greater neighborhood permeability for people walking and biking and future park access as well. And so while we were going through the development of the park design alongside our colleagues in the Parks and Recreation Department, we identified several updates to these connections. And so we feel these adjustments are more compatible with the park's layout and programming that Garrett highlighted in those illustrative plans and isometric views, and therefore will reduce conflicts between people biking along the path and those accessing the park. The changes also reduce the scale of the proposed Violet Avenue connections. thereby lowering cost and maximizing the benefits of the near-term park and bridge project, which focuses those improvements on the north side of Violet, west of 19th Street. The initial park project phase would not make improvements to the south side of Violet. And these changes would not compromise connectivity for these heavily traveled routes through the area. And so toggling to those proposed changes, you'll see that the Transportation Master Plan Violet Avenue one-way separated bike lane and 4 Mile Canyon Creek path recommendations are consolidated into a north side mode separated multi-use path between 14th Street and the Violet Avenue Bridge, basically fronting the park there, and that's noted by the purple highlight. And so that mode separated path is wider than a standard 12-foot wide multi-use path and provides separate space for pedestrians and faster moving cyclists, similar to segments of the Boulder Creek path near the Justice Center or the Broadway path between University and Pleasant. And so this type of path is proposed along the park specifically to reduce conflicts as people access the park and the amenities there, which include a plaza and food truck near the bridge. So kind of these nodes of high activity within the park. You know, a lot of pedestrians crossing the 4 Mile Canyon Creek path, crossing it to access the park from Violet, or some of the pedestrian crossings proposed there. And so we really want to try to give those clear spaces for both bikes and pedestrians. It would transition back to a standard 12-foot wide path outside of the high activity park area, continue under the bridge and south to Violet just as a standard path. So we're really prioritizing that mode separated path just along the park. And then a narrower pedestrian path would provide pedestrian circulation or even bike circulation to park destinations, but that's really designed as a lower speed facility with a priority placed on pedestrians. That's the blue dotted line through the park there. East of the bridge, the TMP one-way separated bike lanes recommendation is updated to a north side 12-foot multi-use path, shown in the dotted purple here, to connect directly to the proposed matching 12-foot wide US 36 multi-use path. And that north side alignment is preferable since it doesn't conflict with any driveways and only crosses a single side street at Guava Place, which is kind of mid-block between 28th and 19th. The south side sidewalk would remain a connection between Broadway and 28th as a future phase of corridor projects and wouldn't see any changes in the TMP. And so that concludes our presentation. We welcome any questions and feedback on these proposed changes.
Thanks very much, Danny. I appreciate it. This is a really exciting project to me because I've watched this since 2017 when the Boulder Journey School kids were out there exploring and making their own maps of it. And so it's really fun to see this develop into the full-fledged park that they imagined. Trini, you had your hand up first.
Sorry, I'm trying to unmute myself. Thank you, Darcy. Yeah, so thank you so much for this presentation. And I just have a couple of quick questions. You guys have identified that these two bridges are like in dire condition, right? So we're expecting a ton of rain coming up, right? There's this El Nino phenomenon, and we're supposed to be getting a ton of rain. Have we made any sort of, or have you guys made any mitigation I don't know, like protection to make sure that there's no horrible catastrophe, especially with the Violet Bridge? I feel that there could be a potential for something horrible to happen. And if we know that, you know, the danger's there, we may be able to avert it. I mean, I don't.
Yeah, I can answer that question, Trini. So we have staff that are keeping an eye on all of the structures that are in low condition. They get visited and inspected on a frequent and regular basis. And if we find ourselves as a result of El Nino in a situation where we have floodwaters that exceed the capacity of the structure, obviously the bridge and the road gets shut down, and we'll see what might happen as a result of that. So in terms of what we can do between now and then, there's not a lot we can do because we have to have all the permits ready to go and in place to be able to increase the capacity of the flood channel. And all of that takes permission from the Army Corps of Engineers and from the Mile High Flood District. There's a whole lot of permissions and permits that we have to get in advance of making those modifications to the floodway and to the floodplain. So it'd be great if we could go get the capacity out there today, but there's a whole lot of process and procedure that needs to be followed before we can actually get to work on making those enhancements.
And Garrett, is no one in danger? I mean, like, because it just, from what you guys showed us tonight, I mean, it just seems like that's like about to collapse. And
No, the bridge is not about to collapse. When we say it's the worst rated bridge, it means it certainly needs attention, but it's still safe to drive over.
just look really scary. I mean, I just don't want anybody to get hurt. I mean, if we can, avoid that, I think it's our responsibility to do that. I mean, I don't know, but
Absolutely. We want the same exact thing. We want everyone to be safe and that no one to come in harm's way. And so we will make sure that we're proactive and keeping an eye on the structure's health. And if we, like I said, if we're in that flooding situation, we'll be closing the road so that no one is in an unsafe place or situation.
I mean, you mentioned all these permits, but there's nothing that you could do to like, I know there was a point where like when we were studying certain like advancing project delivery, FEMA just merges certain processes to we be able to not skip steps, but to actually get things done quicker. So I don't know, maybe it's an interesting conversation to have because I know it sounds like I'm just being a fatalist, but it's supposed to be the case. I mean, we're supposed to be expecting a ton of rain. And if these structures are really not going to hold, maybe it's an interesting moment to kind of explore why we have so many permits to do something that should be done. I mean, I don't know. That's just what I've learned in these couple of years. There's ways to expedite the stuff, but
yeah, I appreciate you expressing the concern.
Well, thank you. And then finally, it has to do with like how you were gonna organize the space of the new what you were showing us in regards to the bike lane. My question would be if all of those bike lanes are going to be protected, and if not, if we can just shift the space of the road and utilize like parking, for example, to protect cyclists. I mean, I'm not sure what the what the flow of the road is. If there is a possibility of like shifting the parking so we have the cars protecting bike lanes and we don't have to spend any money other than striping.
Yeah, that's a great comment, Trini. And as recommended by the TMP, they would be separated bike lanes, and even that mode separated multi-use path would be behind curb and have ample buffer from the vehicle lanes there. So it would be an off-street multi-use path that would feel more part of the park than within the roadway, or it won't be at street level adjacent to moving vehicles.
Well, that's awesome. Well, thank you. That's all I have.
Thanks, Mike.
Yeah, my question continues from that. If you could show slide 10, just to clarify this map.
Sure, give me 1 second.
These different colors and then
slide 10. Sure.
Yeah.
Yep.
So yeah, wherever it's purple is a multi-use path, meaning I think it's the next one.
Oh, sorry. Yep.
Meaning multi-use path, meaning sidewalk level, the purple one, not street level, right?
Correct. Yep.
And what is the difference where it's dashed lines versus solid lines?
That's anything dashed, it would be the proposed connection in the TMP, so not existing. So wanted to start with those existing connections, and then those are kind of held through the, as we layer in the TMP recommendations and the changes to the TMP. So that was the difference in the line types there, Mike. But if there's a question about a segment or I can clarify anything, happy to pause on that on this last map.
Oh, I see. So dashed is additions that you're
Correct.
proposing. Okay.
That the TMP recommends, and then specifically this area along Primos Park, and then the area east of Violet Avenue Bridge would be our proposed changes to the TMP connections as they are today.
It is hard to read in the slides that in the materials that we received. You have to zoom in really, really far to see what the legend says. So yeah.
Mm-hmm. But even on those southward, anything that's purple is sidewalk level, like on 15th Street and 17th Street.
Yeah, those are off-street multi-use paths.
off-street.
Those, yeah. And those as there is a short segment existing today of the 17th Street path, and that isn't even adjacent to a roadway. It literally is just like a mid-block cut through, or mid-block multi-use path between properties without an adjacent street. So it's truly off-street, not even adjacent to a street.
All right. Yeah, you guys gave a presentation last week at Community Cycles. So I was glad to hear that the manufactured home community on Avocado Road already has a connection to 4 Mile Canyon Creek path there, and can enjoy the park when it's completed.
Yeah, great. Trini, did you raise your hand again, or is it still just okay? Great. Wonderful. All right. Thank you, Garrett and Daniel. Appreciate your presentation.
Thank you.
And thanks for the update on this exciting project. Okay.
Thank you.
Our next item under matters from staff is an overview of the proposed Downtown Development Authority. Mark or Regan?
Yeah, good evening. Hi, everyone. My name's Regan Brown. I am the Economic Development Strategy Manager within the fairly new Office of Cultural and Economic Development. Let me share my slides. Okay, are you seeing that? All right, so tonight I will be giving an update on the proposed Downtown Development Authority, or DDA, including where this work stands today, why the city is exploring this tool, how it's supposed to work, what it could mean for parking, and some of the transportation-related provisions that we've built into the proposal. I'll try to move through this quickly and leave time for questions. So what is a DDA? At its core, it is simply an economic development tool authorized under Colorado law. It's designed to help communities reinvest in downtown districts. Several communities across the Front Range have DDAs, including Fort Collins, Longmont, Lafayette, Golden, etc. Unlike an urban renewal authority, it does not require findings of blight, and it has no eminent domain authority, so it cannot take property. It can only be created if voters inside the proposed district approve it. And what makes it valuable is really its flexibility. It can support a wide range of investments, from redevelopment, public spaces, mobility improvements, parking management, business support, infrastructure, really all through under one organization. So the question we've been asking to date is pretty straightforward. Do we have the right tools for our downtown area today? So this effort really began in 2025. We conducted what we called an improvement district analysis with a consultant team out of Denver. They're called Progressive Urban Management Associates, or PUMA for short. And through that analysis, we looked at our existing governance structure and concluded that while the Central Area General Improvement District, also known as CAGID, and the University Hill General Improvement District, known as UGID. Although they've served the community well, they were really designed, well, first more than 50 years ago, and really around one primary purpose, and that's parking infrastructure and maintenance. So today we're facing different challenges. Downtown revenues haven't fully recovered in inflation-adjusted dollars. Vacancies are elevated, and the community expects downtown to do much more than provide parking. So the DDA is one option for creating a broader reinvestment tool that can help address transportation, redevelopment, public spaces, and economic vitality kind of all together. So this is the proposed boundary. It includes downtown, University Hill, the civic area, the corridors connecting them. It also, as you can see on the slide here, it flag poles up North Broadway to Alpine Balsam, and then a little further east along Pearl towards Folsom. That's really to preserve future redevelopment opportunity. If a property owner wants to annex into the DDA, they can easily do so by being adjacent to the boundaries. And the boundaries were really developed over many months with our planning group. It's the group of community members who have really helped lead this effort. And ultimately, the boundaries are really intended to capture the areas that function as one connected commercial area. So before diving into some of the other slides, I do just want to spend a couple of minutes on why we believe additional reinvestment tools are needed, starting with CAGID. So this is inflation-adjusted sales tax revenue in CAGID from 2019 through last year. In summary, downtown has not recovered since the pandemic. In adjusted dollars, 2025 came in about 10% below 2019. So in summary, that's 6 years, and the district really hasn't clawed its way back to where it was pre-pandemic. Property values tell an even more concerning story. Inflation-adjusted valuations are down about 19% from 2019. This can really be reflected through the ongoing office vacancies and just the slower reinvestment that we've been seeing. Moving on to the Hill. So the Hill experienced a bit of a decline as well, but unlike downtown, we are starting to see a little bit of recovery. In 2025, sales tax revenues actually exceeded 2019 levels in inflation-adjusted dollars. And the same is true for property values. So after several years of decline, 2025 started to show some meaningful growth. And we can attribute that to some of the new investment that we've been seeing on the Hill. It's really starting to show up in the data, such as the Moxie, the Limelight Hotel. So why does this matter? Because these districts are major contributors to the city's general fund. When downtown underperforms, it affects revenues that support services across the community. And so the goal of the DDA isn't simply to create another organization. It's really to help reverse some of these long-term trends that we've been seeing through strategic reinvestment. So if the DDA were to be created, what would it do? The plan of development, it would implement the plan of development, and that really becomes its guiding investment strategy over the next 30 years. The plan wasn't developed from scratch. It builds on years of adopted plans, recommendations from the planning group, guidance from council, community input. I won't go through all of these, but for this board, the fifth category is probably the most relevant. It includes investments in walking, biking, accessibility, parking management, wayfinding, mobility coordination. And this was all informed through many of the city's guiding documents, the comprehensive plan, the transportation master plan, AMPS, etc. So how would it be funded? So 3 funding strategies shown on the slide here. First is tax increment financing, or TIF for short. That simply means future growth in property and sales tax revenues above today's base that would be reinvested back into the district. So it's capturing future growth. It's not increasing tax rates. The second is a property tax mill levy, which we are projecting at 3.674 mills. That's the current CAGID rate. So this would replace today's CAGID and UGID parking district levies rather than adding on another layer of taxation. And so what that really means is no new net tax burden in CAGID, a modest increase in UGID, and then any property owners outside of those existing districts would see that mill levy applied. And that would provide about 1.8 million annually for operations starting really on day one, and is subject to voter approval. And then third is the existing parking system. This is referring to the off-street parking assets currently owned by CAGID and UGID. So the garages and the lots already generate enough revenue to pay for their own operations, maintenance, and capital improvements. Those revenues would continue to stay dedicated to the parking system. What changes is that the DDA could strategically leverage those parking assets to support broader community goals. For example, the surface parking lot on the 14th Street lot on the hill that could become part of a redevelopment project while still meeting parking needs or existing parking resources, could support shared parking strategies for projects like the East Bookend. Those are just a couple examples. And we've also heard consistently from the planning group and others that simpler governance would be beneficial. So bringing the off-street parking system under the DDA could eventually allow CAGID and UGID to dissolve, kind of reducing that overlapping governance model. And I just want to emphasize that all of these details would ultimately be negotiated through an intergovernmental agreement approved by City Council, which I'll get into momentarily. Again, I know parking has been one of the big questions throughout this process. So the proposal is that off-street parking would eventually transition to the DDA through an intergovernmental agreement. The city would continue managing all on-street parking. And just as importantly, City Council would continue approving the DDA budget on an annual basis, any parking rates, changes in parking rates, and any disposition of parking assets. So while the governing entity may shift, the city still really retains pretty significant oversight, and any transition would occur gradually over several years. So the letter of intent is important. It really is about setting expectations before the election. Because the DDA doesn't exist yet, the city can't negotiate a formal intergovernmental agreement or an IGA. So this document would serve as a non-binding framework that outlines the city's intent for that future partnership with the DDA. So staff are working on drafting this now. It addresses several key topics, including the organizational transition, how TIF revenue sharing would be coordinated. So if the DDA is successful, how does it share that growth? It includes the transition of the parking assets with continued alignment with city parking policy, and the city's ongoing oversight through governance, reporting, annual budget approval, and approval of any amendments to the plan of development. One concern that we have heard throughout this process was making sure parking decisions remain aligned with the city's transportation goals. And that's why the letter of intent explicitly states that the DDA's management of parking must remain consistent with the city's adopted transportation plans, including the Transportation Master Plan, the Comprehensive Plan, AMPS, the SARE framework. It also preserves transportation demand management programs, such as the Employee EcoPass program, establishes ongoing coordination with transportation and mobility staff, and again, really maintains that council oversight throughout. The letter of intent isn't legally binding. That happens later through the IGA, but it clearly communicates the city's expectations before anyone votes. So what happens next if council refers the ballot measures, which would be this August? Voters inside the proposed district would see 3 questions in November. 1, to create the DDA. 2, to approve that property tax that would replace the current Cajun mill levy. And 3 is authorizing the use of TIF. If those ballot measures pass, council would then appoint the board, approve the plan of development, and then that IGA is negotiated and approved, ideally sometime at the beginning of 2027. And any governance transition would occur gradually over a couple years. So I have a couple questions teed up here. This is really just to guide any feedback you all may have. So have we anchored the proposal to the right transportation plans? Is there anything else you'd want to see carried into a future IGA? But also happy to just pause and answer questions.
Thank you, Regan. I appreciate it. And thanks for the questions. Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, I have concerns about how the DDA would be taking revenues from other city departments. The general fund, we have sales tax that's dedicated to transportation. And to be clear, the sales tax you'd be taking is a tax increment that represents growth, but the baseline is set in nominal dollars. So even if there's just inflation that's taking money away from other purposes the city could use it for to be dedicated to downtown. So that's a concern for me.
Yeah, thanks, Mike. To respond to that, so under Colorado's DDA statute, tax increment financing applies to city sales taxes within the district, and that does include revenues that would otherwise flow to dedicated city funds. That's not unique to Boulder, it's how DDAs operate statewide. And I think it's important to note that the base would continue to flow to the dedicated funds, to the city's general fund. The increment is what is reinvested. But you raise a fair concern. It is a trade-off. So I think really the policy question is whether temporarily reinvesting that growth within the district creates greater long-term value than allowing those incremental revenues to flow immediately to those dedicated funds. And I do just want to add that the underlying assumption here behind TIF is that if successful, if these strategic investments are done right, it can really help generate more economic activity and more tax base than would otherwise occur.
Yeah, and that's the intention, is to grow the whole pot, right?
Exactly.
So that we have more prosperity throughout the city, not just in downtown. And I do want to thank you, Regan, for ensuring that our transportation values and concerns are included in the letter of intent. I think that's really important. And as this, progresses, I think it's important that those are captured clearly. Mm-hmm. So thank you for ensuring that the EcoPass and the other, the values of our transportation defining documents and policy documents are really in there. Go ahead, Trini.
Well, I have so many questions. I mean, I don't even understand why this, the core question is not really being addressed. I mean, why are all our businesses closing to begin with? I mean, I'm sorry, it's just unbelievable. I see small business owners just having to close their doors down because their rents are astronomical. So one of our concerns, and I mean, I can say that as a community, is who is going to be running this DDA? I mean, who is it? Just business owners from downtown? Because those business owners, I think, are just a small few people. And I mean, I'm just very, very concerned as to why our businesses continue to shut down, businesses that were thriving, but now are being forced to shut down because, for example, Pico. I had a conversation with the owner of Pico, who is a business within that district, because his rent was tripled in a very small amount of time. So he was expected to pay $6,000 a month, while the poor person who has actually created an amazing community in his establishment, kids from the schools nearby would just gather there. It was a very, very sad event when that had to shut down. And why? Because the landowner wanted him to pay $6,000 when all he was selling was coffee and tea. So that is completely unreasonable. And if that's I mean, I just don't see how that is something that I want to be a part of. I don't agree at all. I don't know what my other tab members feel, but I don't see that this reallocation of my taxpayer dollars will be a positive thing. That's my sense. And I have other questions, but I would like other people to please chime in.
Regan,
I'm
you wanna
happy to.
respond to that?
Yeah. No, thanks, Trini. I think you raise valid and unfortunate points about the state of the world. And unfortunately, I think it is a nationwide issue, the high costs and business closures and just the economic conditions we've been facing post-pandemic. In terms of who would lead this DDA or be on the board, it does have to be majority property owners, business owners, and residents. City council also gets a seat on the board, so there's really that city oversight built in. A lot of this is laid out in the plan of development, just in terms of kind of the governance and oversight, which council has to approve.
And it's also business operators, it's not just business owners. So it's people operating, living, working, and operating within the district.
Yeah.
Michael, go ahead.
Get elected, and how do they get elected? Who are they appointed? Or are they elected?
Council has to appoint the board.
So they get appointed by council.
Correct.
So that's the first time I went to a meeting about this, and that was not addressed at all. Interesting. Okay.
Go ahead, Michael.
Well, like Trini, I have a ton of questions, and I guess they all kind of boil down to maybe two, which is, if this is this the right medicine? What's the disease, and is this the right medicine? Right, that isn't clear to me. If downtown or this district is not performing as well as the Hill, why is that? And is this DDA going to have a mechanism to fix that? That question hasn't really been answered, at least to my satisfaction, in what I've heard about this DDA today. And then secondly, given that there are lots of folks in the community who have lots of questions, I'm wondering why this has to proceed at the pace that it is. Why we could not postpone this even a single year to give the community time to sort of analyze this more carefully, to develop, if it is, the right medicine for the disease, right? Then to develop community support for it that it presently lacks. So those are really the kind of two fundamental questions. What is the reason for thinking this is the cure for the disease? And then secondly, why does this have to proceed on the way it currently is?
Yeah, they're great questions. Happy to address both. The disease is that our downtown is eroding, and we are seeing that in the data. We are seeing that with the economic the declining economic trends. And we do not currently have an implementation and a funding tool to address that. We evaluated several options about 2 years ago when we started the improvement district analysis process with Puma. That was kind of the kickoff for this project. We looked at expanding CAGID, expanding the bid, urban renewal, and the conclusion is that our existing districts are designed for much narrower purposes. We really need a modernized tool to address these new challenges that we're facing. And so the DDA really provides that additional financing and the ability to coordinate investments across University Hill and downtown in ways that our current structure does not allow. In terms of timeline and pushing this, I hear you, but I would push back a little. We have had these conversations with council for a little over 2 years now. We've engaged council. We have engaged the community, convened the planning group last year. We've held several public info sessions. And so this has really been an ongoing conversation for quite some time now.
Well, okay. So, I guess I fancy myself as a person who's relatively well connected with what's happening in the community. And I could swear that it's really only been in the last month that I've heard much about this at all. Not to say that this work hasn't been going on. It just hasn't, for whatever reason, received the attention that I would expect something this significant to have in the broader community. Not to say that there aren't, stakeholder groups that have been focused on it, but my sense is that this is hitting people pretty cold. And I'm relatively confident that I'm not alone in that assessment. Secondly, when you talk about the disease, yes, I mean, anybody can spot the sort of downward decline in sales tax revenue. The question, when I am referring to the disease, I am wondering why downtown is experiencing our current economic climate differently than other parts of the city. And then, so that's the first question. What is it? Is it, for example, that the downtown area is developed principally as office buildings that in an environment that has shifted substantially to work at home, right? Remote work. Is that the problem? And if that is the problem, then how is DDA the solution to that problem, right? So what I'm saying is like, what is the cause of the struggles of downtown? Doesn't seem to me to be deteriorating infrastructure for the most part, right? Which is the kind of thing where you usually need a whole bunch of investment to remedy. It seems to me like it's possibly a just sort of a change in demand for the development style that's present. And if that's the case, how does the DDA solve that? So that I'm not looking for an answer right now. What I'm struggling with is the fact that has not been well explained to me, hasn't been well explained to the community. And in that context, this seems to me like a pretty substantial decision to be asking of folks with relatively sparse information, and over a very long period of time, and for sounds like intentionally large area, right? It's not a cabined off like West Pearl Street kind of thing. This is a large swath of downtown, a 30-year commitment, and a lot of people have questions because we're just finding out about this now. That's, to my way of thinking, that's a very uncomfortable posture to be putting anyone in. And that's what I guess I'm struggling with. I'd love to see the analysis, the explanation for how, what in particular is causing downtown to struggle. Not just that it is struggling, but what is the cause of those struggles? And then how is the DDA the right tool to address those particular issues? That I don't feel like I have an answer to. That's kind of what I was trying to get at.
Thanks, Michael. Your concerns are well taken. We do have a lot of financial analysis on hand and data that kind of backs that up. So happy to pass that along.
Yeah, go ahead. Whoever was next, I think it was Mike.
Yeah, Michael put a lot of what I was going to say very much better than I can. But basically, yeah, this is a 30-year commitment to a new government entity that has independence from city council. There's limited supervision the council has of annual budgets and board appointments. And I'm concerned about things like there are really good things that have come out just last week in this letter of intent, but as you point out, it is not legally binding. And furthermore, I know this comes from state law, but the governance is such that a single person who owns 10 LLCs in downtown and might live even outside the country gets 10 votes, which doesn't seem in whether this gets created. Whereas if they had 10 properties that are all in one LLC, they get one vote, which is very strange also. So it just seems like people need to learn more about this before we proceed with a 30-year commitment on that. Thanks.
I hear you. I do want to just add on that point, Mike, if council does refer these ballot measures to the ballot, and if voters were to approve this initiative, the DDA is still not operational until city council appoints the board, city council approves the plan of development, and city council negotiates the IGA and approves it with the DDA board. So I think I just want to emphasize that there are still several steps that involve city council authority before it would become operational.
I see. Thank you.
And this is the case in which we have to trust the people that we elect to carry out this plan. And I think this is another really important thing about this, Regan. I mean, Regan and I have both been involved in this process for over a year. And so we understand it well, right? And I hear from the three of you that that is not a widespread understanding. And that, and I'm seeing this, right, in the community. Mike, you've communicated this in several venues. And I think this is one of those really, really great examples of how important communication is and how the people who instigated this plan and this project really owed something to the larger community. So I'll just leave that there for the moment. Go ahead, Trini.
Yeah, I just wanted to just double down on what Michael and what Mike have been saying about how the community has very little or zero knowledge about this. I mean, just to give you an idea, we asked for this for your presentation because even as TAB, and even after your presentation, there's so many questions that I still have. It's just so unclear. I went to a presentation at the library, well, in that room next to the library, where it was supposed to be a very clear presentation about what this is all about. And it just left me with more and more questions. I mean, for example, even like the territory, right? When I asked about the territory and Broadway, and all those businesses that are along Broadway, they're not part of it. It's just the road. So it's kind of like, so if you're going Broadway, going north, all of that corridor is just there just in case, and it can be annexed in the future. But there's several businesses there, all the way up to Alpine. I don't know where it goes pretty north, and none of those are part of the DDA. You can say they're not going to get taxed, but they're not going to get any benefit either. I mean, it's just kind of a very, very I don't know if that word exists in English, but it's like so fast. And it's such a long-term commitment, like Mike said, that to me, it just doesn't even seem fair for the community. We have not had a chance to even digest what you guys are suggesting. And suddenly we're supposed to commit and vote on it in November. I mean, that just seems kind of outrageous to me. I don't know.
The people who will vote on it.
Presentation, which I really appreciate, and I'm really grateful that you're here. I'm still full of questions. You know?
Just be mindful of the fact that the people who will vote on it are people who have been involved in the process.
I can't vote for it as a community
member? Unless you own a business or operate a business or live within the boundaries. It's a district. So think, for example, think of think of COCO, right? The Colorado Connector, the Front Range Passenger Rail. So this past legislative session, the legislature, basically a law was passed that reformed the district, the Front Range Passenger Rail District, from all the counties through which the train would travel to an area that was closer to the service area of the train, right? So the Front Range Passenger Rail District now includes primarily people who will benefit from the train, right? And those are the only people who will vote on a sales tax for the train, including us, right? Because we live in Boulder and we're close to the property, right? So we're in the district. This is the same kind of thing where the district is created and the people in the district are the ones voting on the district. It pertains to, it's a property bounded area, right? And the great benefit of, I mean, I'm not going to go on about this. I'll let Regan manage that. But that's an analogy that I think works for us in this group. You know, that you can see, okay, it's within the district that people are voting because they are affected by what happens within the district. So Regan, I hope that
yeah, no, that was well put. And I would just add that it's state statute. This is how DDAs operate all across the state. The eligible electors within the proposed boundaries are the ones who vote.
Exactly. And the benefit of that we see in places like Fort Collins is that the business owners, the people who are affected by the downturns and all these things that you're describing, are able to then decide on how to invest the tax increment that evolves over time through investment and through increases in property values. So they get to reinvigorate the area that they are invested in. And that affects all of us.
Okay, but I'm just kind of confused.
Benefits all of us.
The source of the taxing comes from 3 different taxes, right? And isn't one of those taxes a tax that I pay without being a business in that district?
No. If you're not in the district, you wouldn't be impacted by the property tax mill levy.
But if you buy something in the district, you're paying the sales tax.
Sales tax stays in the district, yeah. But of course, there's the base, which continues to benefit the entities that currently benefit from sales tax, including the transportation fund. And then it's the increment that is designated above that goes to the improvements that are decided upon by the electors.
Just from the average inflation rate, the level the city gets will shrink by half before the 30 years is up. The baseline.
Yeah, so the tax from the taxpayers from your consumption will go to the.
I think that's open for debate. I don't think that's a given. I mean, that's not the way that the people who are forming it are characterizing that.
But isn't
you have more to say about that, Regan?
Yeah, I was a bit confused by the comment. It's just, Mike, are you referring to the impact on the city's general fund?
Yeah, of the sales tax, the baseline that the city will receive is fixed in nominal dollars. The current, like if it's 2026 or 2027, it's $2027. and the real value of those shrinks with inflation over 30 years.
The
I see what you're saying, Mike. I
not
think
going to
it's
be stuck there.
Yeah, so the base is set, let's say hypothetically 2026 for sales tax. The city would continue to receive the revenue from that base, but any increment above that would go to the DDA. However, we have proposed in the letter of intent that starting at year 6, the DDA would begin to share that revenue back. And what we have seen in other communities is that perhaps the city forgoes a small amount of revenue in those initial years to allow the DDA to kind of build up meaningful capacity to make strategic investments. But if successful, it then grows the base and benefits all taxing entities up above what they would have benefited from without the DDA.
Exactly. I think that's a really, really important point here, is that the base grows too. And what we stand to see from something like this is that, the improvements that were described by Chihomi earlier in the, Boulder Creek Park area, the civic area, right? The investments that currently are not funded, that the DDA could actually support and make a reality, which then lifts all boats, right? Because then we have a better functioning downtown. We have more activity, more sales tax, more property value, all these things. So all boats rise, right? So that's how it works. And that's how we've seen it work in other places. Go ahead, Trini.
But what I've seen, or at least from the presentation, is that there were very specific needs that were met, like in Fort Collins and all these different communities that were used as examples. Unlike here, there's like not one specific thing. It seems like there was this conversation about creating a connector between University Hill and downtown Boulder. I mean, we have I'm sorry, what are you guys gonna, I just don't even understand. We have great connectors as it stands. But my main question, I guess, just to kind of get some clarity on this, is why can't the city do the things that this DDA is proposing to do? Why can't we just do it with what we currently have? Why do we have to create this new entity that that will be funded in this very specific way instead of just relying on what we already have? I mean, like Michael said, why is this the fix? Why? I just don't understand. I still don't understand.
Yeah, no, thank you, Trini. Your concerns are valid, and I apologize that you're still confused. I'm more than happy to continue this conversation.
I just don't understand. It's not about being confused. I just don't get it. Sorry.
It's okay. I will just say the city doesn't have the funding capacity to address the needs that we're seeing, those needs being a 35% vacancy rate downtown, struggling property values, struggling sales taxes, greater expectations around maintenance, safety, enhancements, infrastructure reinvestments. So this is all outlined in the plan of development. The plan of development is really the DDA's guiding document, and it kind of compiles what all those needs and investment areas are.
Couldn't we control rent instead of having vacancies? Couldn't we have some sort of way to, like, positive reinforcement, have some sort of, I don't know what the word is in English, but so people would be encouraged to be there instead of having to shut their doors down over and over and over because they can't afford the rent. I mean, Mike, do you have anything to add?
Well, I mean, as Michael said, the root cause is office vacancies, and we have businesses all over the city that aren't going to benefit from this if they're not downtown. The downtown is suffering from a office vacancy crisis, and people aren't working there and going to lunch there and shopping there as much as they were before COVID, because remote work has increased. But you also see that in your sales tax figure, every year since 2020, sales taxes have gone up. So there is some recovery there. It's just not clear what, you know, what actual investments are going to be made to solve increased office vacancies. Are you going to be turning office buildings into residences, or is that something you're looking at?
Specific projects haven't been identified at this point, but there are, I mean, the DDA is a flexible tool. It could fund office to residential conversions. It can invest in smaller scale projects like pop-ups and activations in vacant spaces. So there's kind of a spectrum of what it can invest in, but specific projects would be identified on the annual budgeting and operating plan basis.
And we have a recent example. Good evening. I'm Mark Wolf, Assistant City Manager. I think we were interested in the data that our consultants pulled on the Hill, seeing the impact of the Moxie Hotel over the last year on property values and sales tax collections. It's a small area. It's not a surprise that a major project had that impact. But I think the piece that's interesting is that project wouldn't have happened if there wasn't public investment in selling the parking lot that was behind the property to make way for the development. And so that was our GID. Certainly GIDs could continue to do that. But it's a good example of what type of project a DDA could take on to try to spur different types of economic activity within the greater area. That's one that doesn't rely on office workers, for example. Regan mentioned, other ways. Certainly looking at conversions. There's also business support directly contemplated in a plan of development. So, I mean, there's a variety of different things that the DDA could look at to try to reverse some of those trends. But I think that direct kind of major redevelopment investment, that kind of transformational investment, is really where the power of the tool lies.
And the reason that's not happening now is because we don't have the structures to capture the funds to do that work, correct?
Correct.
Right.
Yeah.
The existing general improvement districts serve a very specific function. And like you said, they were created 50 years ago, and they have served that function quite well.
Mm-hmm.
And we're in a different era, and there are different things that are needed. So I do think, as you guys can see, Mark and Regan and I can see, there's a real communications issue here. And so we do need to address that broadly as this moves forward to and through City Council. So these objections will continue to come up. I'm sure that the three, TAB members here are not the only ones with these questions. So I do think it behooves all of us to answer these questions thoroughly and to make sure that the community has an understanding of how this tool works and some examples of how it can work well for us as a community.
But Dirk,
so
you're also TAB
let's stop there.
That's well
Excuse me.
noted.
What, Trini?
I was going to say, you're also a TAB member. I mean, it sounds like to me like you're not speaking like a TAB member.
I am a TAB member, and I have a different understanding of this project than what I'm hearing from the rest of you. So that's, I'm just saying I have a different understanding of the project. I don't have the same questions that you have.
Well, I know because yes.
Yeah. So that's all I meant. I mean, what I'm saying in unity here, that we do need to make sure that everyone understands this project really well. And that it is something that people really want, This is not, yeah. So Anything else on this?
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Regan. Thank you, Mark. Appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Okay, great. Let's move to matters from the board. Comments. I just want to start with a comment about, what we heard from Millie at the beginning of our meeting and what we received from her about the petition that she sent from her community. And also, we're hearing these kinds of needs from different places in our community. I also have been in contact with a member of our community who is blind and who is dealing with difficulties getting to work because of a missing crosswalks, missing safe infrastructure. And, we're hearing that there are safety concerns about infrastructure, and also that these concerns do not warrant action as currently mandated, or the right word is escaping me, but as currently sort of mandated by the MUTCD and our engineering staff, and our transportation staff. And I think that concerns all of us, that there are real safety concerns and that there are real problems in different parts of our city that are not being addressed. And we've heard this from others as well. People in other communities too, who or other parts of the other neighborhoods, saying that, there's a real safety concern. There's a transportation issue that the transportation department cannot address. And I guess my question to staff is, how are we going to move forward on these things that are not mandated in the MUTCD and that do not meet the current standards for action? I think that's something we really need to carefully consider and understand how to address going forward. And I think that we should have influence on that. And Blythe, I want to give you a chance to respond to that.
Sure, Darcy. There's two aspects of what you're asking about. Let me address the 47th at Independence. We're working, firstly, just procedurally, we're working with the Department of Risk and our accessibility, our ADA liaison in that department. We had a meeting with them last week, and the next step is on them to compile our response. This is really, I think, an operational issue. In my understanding, I'm speaking it's late in the night, so I'm happy to give this a whirl. And if Devin or Valerie want to add in, I'm happy to let them do that. But the challenge here is really that we had a request from a vision impaired individual that went through our ADA office, and procedurally we're learning the differences between when a request comes through that means versus when it comes to us. But regardless, the request was for enhancement of crossing infrastructure at this location that gave our professional engineers pause. So I think my response would be that the request that was being made was actually technically not going to make the crossing safer. And the reason for that was the crossing as it exists is difficult for a sight impaired individual to differentiate the sounds from Foothills Parkway related to 47th Street. And so the request was if we could please create a marked crossing at that location. And our concern, I think legitimately, is that a marked crossing, were we to do that, it could give a false sense of security for this sight impaired individual who might cross thinking that that would make a difference. Legally, a car is required to stop when a pedestrian is crossing, regardless of whether
the crosswalk is actually marked. And so it is a kind of classic situation in which a constituent's perceived request doesn't match up with our engineering judgment. And so we really have struggled with how to do this. The request has gone on a long time. And that's a process issue I think that the city needs to fix. And that's where we are now. Is it just so happens that there is a development, and I know I'm speaking, maybe the other tab members aren't familiar with the location, but there is actually a better solution to create a safer path for this individual. We have not responded back, but that's partly what we're waiting on with our colleagues in accessibility that we think will happen as a result of development. And we think that's really the best approach. And so I regret that it's taken so long, but that's kind of my summary of that scenario.
And then Millie's petition and her concerns are different from that crossing that you're talking about. I mean,
correct.
Yeah.
And Millie's one is newer to me. So
J Road and 47. So this kind of it's the 47th Street corridor. We can get into details about that. I just I hear you that there are, and this is the part of the issue, right, that our community members are bringing to us, is that the engineers say that's not the solution. And then, but we do have to find some solution, right? We do have to, we really do need to serve our community members who are raising these very legitimate concerns. And so I just wanted to sort of speak that into our process this evening and have, maybe this is something that we can bring in a different way. I'm not really sure. But thank you, Blythe. I understand that you've been looking into that other situation on 47th and Independence, I believe it is.
Yeah, and I do, Darcy, this is, and other tab members, this is, I think, maybe the biggest challenge of government work is I also want, and I think all of our staff want to serve everyone, but we are fundamentally resource limited. And so a lot of our processes are put into place to assure that we equitably deliver the resources that we have. And so it is probably an inevitable function of city government that we get requests from constituents that we can't, if we had unlimited resources, we would gladly resolve, but we can't just respond to every request in that way. We have to do it in a methodical and analytic way. So it feels like maybe in the case of the sight impaired individual, it feels like maybe we can't address it. In some cases, it's our imperative to make sure that where we are putting our resources is the place that makes the most sense, simply because the pie is the pie. And so we have to divide the pie up in terms of, in as much of an equitable way as possible. So that's, I guess it appeals to me because someone says, government, please help me with this thing. We want to help with that thing. But if that was the way we operated, we would quickly not be able to do that for everybody. It's not an approach that's sustainable across the city.
I understand that. And I also understand that both of these concerns, both the sight impaired individual and the petition that Millie brought, are externalities having to do with a development decision. So both of these situations have to do with the decision to develop a piece of property that is inaccessible by anything but other than a car, right? It's a very, very challenging piece of land there, this sort of mesa at the crossing place, between the Diagonal and 47th, and it's a really weird location, right? But as we develop more of these weird locations, because we're out of land, we're going to have to deal with these externalities, and we need new procedures to manage them, because it was a predictable pattern that these kinds of things would happen when that plot of land was developed, and when the resources that went into that plot of land went into it. There were these kinds of conflicts were going to arise, and so transportation and land use are inseparably intertwined. And I do think that we have to address these very specific concerns that are dealing with externalities of a development decision. So this is different than any random request. These are very specific results of decisions that were made. So I do want to just bring that forward and make sure that we're looking at it in that way. Does that make sense?
Yeah. To be honest with you, I did not associate the first one with the development. I thought they were coincidental. I thought that I had the understanding that the constituent who is expressing challenges crossing 47th Street was experiencing those challenges without regard to the fact that the property was being developed.
It says in 2020, 250 households were added to MISA at the crossing. And then there's also a hotel going in there. And this has to do with what's going on in the neighborhood adjacent.
Understood. No, I'm glad you shared that perspective. I was not thinking about it in that way, but now I understand. You're asking specifically about development impacts to safety features.
Exactly.
Okay.
Transportation outcomes, transportation externalities of development decisions. And that these are predictable, and we have to have a plan for addressing it. That's all I wanted to say.
Something to what you're saying, Darcy. I mean, and also when there's a history of a problem, I mean, these intersections that are so problematic are typically in our high impact network, right? And they're usually on the same corridors, but there are like extraordinary places like the one that we were discussing, not the one with a J Road, for example. That is a historically incredibly dangerous corridor. We know about it. I mean, it's not anything that anybody that lives here you'll get to hear about it sooner or later, right? So it's kind of like, we know that there's a problem. So how can we assign future funding? Or I know with our high impact network, I know that those projects take priority. I mean, or that was historically the way it happened. So I'm just amiss as to why we wouldn't be able to say, oh my gosh, I mean, yes, there is a problem. Do we have to have fatalities? I mean, what has to happen in order for us to kind of be proactive and not reactive? You know, that's kind of, because we know there's an issue. So
I appreciate the way that you framed both those questions. And the J Road one is fairly new. It just came in on Thursday for me. So let me give me, if it's okay, to understand a little bit more about that location. I certainly understand about the development because it was presented today, and more to come, presumably, right? And as we develop that direction. But
could I ask a question of Darcy? Because I'm kind of I like the fact that you're pointing to the foreseeability of these transportation challenges that arise from the development decisions. And I'm wondering, is the solution you have in mind some sort of analytic tool that requires we address those foreseeable challenges before the development is approved?
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate you asking that, because I think that we're going to get into more of these conflicts as we're developing more density, right? And more sort of previously undevelopable properties. And this is something that the BVCP specifically calls out, is really recognizing these intersections between land use and transportation. And historically, these have been very separate processes, and our tools that we have right now are not up to the task of helping us understand what these conflicts are going to be and how to handle them in a way that addresses the safety needs of the communities that, as these places develop. So yes, I think we need new analytic tools. Yes, I think we need new manuals. Yes, I think we need new engineering standards. Yes.
Okay. That's what I thought you might say. I'm wondering, just off the top of my head, whether the 15-minute city concept can be the vehicle by which that medicine is delivered, right?
Perhaps if, yes. So 15-minute neighborhood is just, there's things in proximity, but that doesn't mean that they are accessible. And so we still need to have those accessibility standards, tools, and measurements, and how to vet accessibility. You can have things that are close together that are not accessible. I mean, we see that in lots of different areas.
I mean, and there's proven methods that are already in place in certain cities, that we can learn from.
Yeah, tools are out there. Absolutely. There are existing tools, and maybe we need some new things. But yeah, definitely. I mean, NACTO has some tools, European, cities have some tools. Yeah, there are good things that we can, and I think, I mean, I bring this up because I think we are sincerely interested in ensuring those connections. I mean, we're advancing the BVCP that really calls for this, right? And so we have to be serious about that. And everything that I heard earlier in our meeting about being serious about ensuring that we're not we're not building places that require people to have a car. I mean, these are all part of the same issue. We have to have the right standards, tools, methods, all those things to really solve these problems that our community members are bringing up all the time.
You know what, Darcy, and maybe even like elaborating on Blythe, like some sort of standardized, like this is the toolkit, right? If you're this is what you need to do. I mean, I remember very clearly there was a speech from an RTD director that pointed out that they were building all these beautiful, affordable housing places where they weren't really thinking about how people would then get to work, right? And so there was one bus stop that was completely inaccessible. It was like in the middle of this highway, right? And people had to cross the road, and they were not able to do that because, it was just incredibly dangerous. So minimum standards of where are you going to place your bus stop? If you're going to build a bike lane, well, I'm sorry, I don't want to go back and make sure that it's buffered, I mean, let's just do things right from the start, right? So maybe just creating a toolkit like that would be incredibly helpful, and amending it as we go. But
yeah, and ensuring that goes into our next process, as, we're not going to maybe develop another TMP, but it sounds like the city is working on a new procedure for wrapping our transportation plans and goals into a larger document, operating procedure kind of document. And so that's the good thing about that, about making it more of a sort of citywide document, is that all these things can be integrated in new ways, and it's not just a transportation master plan. So I didn't mean to draw out the meeting so long. It's now 10 o'clock, but I will cede the floor to anybody else who has any other matters for the board.
I do, and I'm sorry to drag this on longer, but I find it imperative at this point that we discuss e-motos. And as we get closer to the beginning of school, the impact that that's going to have on our kids, and is continuing to have on our kids, not only here, but in the country. So could we please add that to the agenda for next? But seriously, because this is the third time I ask, and we just have not.
It's come up, and I think the issue is that I've heard is that, the police department is working on it, BVCP,
well, could we invite the
BVSD is working on it? Yeah,
Maybe from BVSD. I mean, could we invite people that are actively engaged in this subject matter? Because at this point, I'm not even like doubting it. I know we will have a problem, and I don't want to go into what that problem could look like, but it's not if, it's just when. And we need to be responsible, because we all know. I mean, it's not anything that we can hide from. So we need to address it before something really bad happens.
Well, it just so happens, Trini, that very recently the city attorney's office, and that's what they had said last time this came up, was that they were committed to finishing their research that they were directed to do by the council by the end of July. I think that was what they said, but they have finished that research and they've shared it with the council. The direction I got from the lead city attorney was just to clarify roles and responsibilities before there was a commitment. So I would just like to understand explicitly what is our role in this effort before I commit to putting that on the agenda. But it is fresh; it's happening. I understand you have asked, but I would like to defer to the judgment of the city attorney before we put it on an agenda here. But I do share your concern, and it's current. We've gotten some information. The council has gotten a confidential result of their research on Emotos.
I'm sorry, Darcy. What are they researching? What is the city researching?
They were asked by a nod of 3. I'm sorry if it's a nod of 5. There's a difference between a nod of 3 and a nod of 5. But they were asked by the city council, the city attorney, to review the city's jurisdiction, and they did that research, and they've delivered the results of that research to the council, in a brief that has happened within the last couple of weeks, and so what they had said to me when this came up, maybe it was in our June meeting or our May meeting, I reached out to the city attorney and asked, what are the next steps on this? And they said, we need to understand what the role of TAB is in this conversation, but we can't commit to that until we finish the research, which we will be finished with in July. So they're now done with that. And I think if you give me at least to the next meeting to find out more about how that will work, I could perhaps come back with some recommendations on how TAB can consider it.
Yeah. And that makes sense to me because this is not, this is a much bigger issue than even the city of Boulder, right? It's about like what kinds of vehicles you can buy in the state of Colorado and like all these sort of, we don't have, I am also curious to hear from the city attorney's office what our role is or could be. So let's start there. Thank you, Blythe, for doing that background work. Appreciate it. Okay, if there's nothing else, let's move to future agenda topics. Do you want to brief us on those, Blythe?
Let's see.
August and September, just a couple things. I could just read them. That Garrett told us earlier that we would hear more about the CIP at our August meeting. And provide feedback. Today was really just background information for us to process. And at our August meeting, we'll have a feedback role on the CIP. And then we're also going to hear from Gene Sanson about the Sundance Film Festival operational planning for transportation, which will be exciting. And then in September, we will have an actual public hearing around the CIP and make a recommendation to that will advance to I can't remember if it advances to planning board or to council. I think council. So that's it. Almost an hour late, but that's okay. We had good conversations. Thank you, everyone. Do I have a motion to adjourn the meeting?
Move to adjourn.
All right, a second?
I second.
All right, great.
Thanks.
All in favor, raise your hand. What, were you going to say something else, Mike?
No, just thanks.
Okay, all right. If you're in favor of adjourning, raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, anyone opposed? Great, all right. The meeting is adjourned at 10:07 p.m. By a vote of 4. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And thanks everyone for tuning into our meeting tonight.
Thanks. Bye.